It was the ultimate act of terrorism. Two hijacked planes crashing into the World Trade Center, collapsing what was once one of the tallest buildings in the world, leaving a scene some described as a nuclear winter. Good evening, everyone. It was one of the darkest days in America through the day and into the night, and it is not over. New York and the nation will never be the same. What was once a symbol of America's might is tonight a scene of utter devastation. Piles of rubble, acres of gray ash, a death toll that some estimate could reach into the thousands. Hundreds of rescue workers, very little hope in the rubble of the World Trade Center. And this is the scene tonight at the Pentagon, hit by another hijacked plane shortly after the attack on the World Trade Center. The Pentagon says it does not yet know how many people were killed or injured. President Bush, facing the first and largest crisis of his presidency, one of the largest crises of any modern president, first got word of this attack while he was in Florida today. He then flew to a secure underground bunker near Omaha, the Strategic Air Command headquarters, before returning tonight to the White House and an address to the nation at 8:30. In a brief statement earlier, the president said freedom itself was attacked this morning, and freedom will be defended. Make no mistake, he said, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for what he called these cowardly acts. Tonight, over the next 3 hours, we will be looking for answers to some of the questions we all were asking today. How could this happen? What do we do now? How can we prevent it from happening again? How will it change us? We start tonight with NBC's Campbell Brown, who joins us from near the White House. Campbell?
Tom, the president is now preparing his speech to the nation. Aides tell us it will be a message of resolve and reassurance that our nation has been tested before and has always prevailed. Since Bush arrived here at the White House about 7 p.m. Eastern Time, he has been huddled with his national security team. He did speak with them earlier today when he was in Nebraska by a live teleconference, and this is according to White House aides. He told his team, quote, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. We will do what it takes. No one is going to diminish the spirit of this country." We are also told by aides that a point he will make tonight is that he wants Americans to return to their lives, to demonstrate that this has not affected the American spirit. This will not diminish the country. Now, Tom, obviously the president's security today was a top priority, and that's why he was shuttled across the country on Air Force One today, as you said, beginning in Sarasota, Florida, where he was first informed, then flying to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. From there, going to Nebraska, to the U.S. Strategic Command Center, where he addressed his national security team, then back to the White House. Aides tell us there is a plan in place when they believe there is a threat to the president, and that today they implemented that plan, moving him around on Air Force One and deliberately not telling us where he would be going at any point in time. They also say that gave the president's national security team, Vice President Dick Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, who were here at the White House in the Situation Room, that gave them time to assess the threat, to gather information, and they say it was the president who made the decision to return to Washington to address the nation tonight. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Campbell Brown. There was an exceptional bipartisan appearance on the steps of the Capitol tonight. Members of the congressional leadership, Republican and Democrat, House and Senate, gathered to say that we stand fully behind the president. And then, as Tim Russert was witness to all of this as well, Tim, they broke into God Bless America.
Tom, an extraordinary scene here in Washington. 24 hours ago, rancor, bipartisanship, not tonight. National unity, indeed a new tone in Washington. The notion of a lockbox for Social Security seems so minuscule to people now across the country and even here in Washington. They understand what this has meant. That's why all eyes on the president tonight. Democrats and Republicans have told him, Mr. President, whatever you say, we are behind you.
All right, Tim Russert, we'll ask you to stand by there throughout the evening. We're going to go to the Pentagon now, and our Pentagon correspondent, Jim Miklashevsky, who was on duty this morning when he said there seemed to have been an explosion at the Pentagon. We now know that it was a hijacked airliner crashing into that building. Jim, do we have any sense tonight of the death toll or the casualty list at the Pentagon?
No, it's going to run into the scores. There were more than 60 people on the plane and an undetermined number of people still buried beneath the rubble here behind us. Searchers have entered the building. They've been in there for about 5 hours now, Tom. There is no exact casualty toll that's been released. They've set up a temporary morgue inside the center courtyard of the Pentagon for tonight. But in the meantime, there was also an expression of resolve here at the Pentagon from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Hugh Shelton, who reaffirmed America's resolve and issued a firm pledge to retaliate against those responsible. And the Pentagon has always had contingency plans to attack a variety of targets of the known terrorist, Osama bin Laden. And we've been told that military planners are taking a close look at those contingencies tonight, Tom.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Jim Miklaszewski, and joining me now is former Secretary of the Treasury, former Secretary of State, former White House Chief of Staff, James Baker, who was deeply involved, of course, in the administration of George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st President of the United States during the Persian Gulf War. Obviously, the highest priority must be assigned to finding out who is responsible for this, Mr. Baker, but then describe for us, sketch for us, if you will, in diplomatic terms, what the first steps ought to be.
Well, I think there are a number of steps, Tom, that have to be taken. First of all, we need to look at our intelligence gathering capabilities. We need to look at the security measures and standards at our airports. And then, of course, we do have contingency plans for striking back. There really are not a lot of easy answers in that regard, but we do have contingency plans. All of the administrations I've served have had those plans. This administration has them, and I'm sure they will implement them. And we are pretty good at that kind of operation if we can pinpoint exactly who was responsible for this atrocious series of events.
And do we dispatch special emissaries to the Middle East, to Tel Aviv, also to Riyadh, to Saudi Arabia, to Jordan and the other Arab states there, so that we can get everybody calmed down?
Well, we will probably be doing that, whether it's through the use of special emissaries or not, I don't know. It doesn't have to be special emissaries. I think we ought not to rush too quickly to the judgment here that this happened because there was a lull in the peace process in the Middle East, particularly if it's Osama bin Laden, and that would be my #1 suspect. He's been at this for quite some time. He took out our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. He took out the Khobar Towers, or had some role in it. And so I don't think we ought to draw the connection too quickly between the absence of progress in the peace process in the Middle East and what happened to America today. I think these people that did this have been dead set for a long time on a terrorist attack against America. They've succeeded, unfortunately. It's really rather amazing that they were able to do what they did with respect to the commercial airliners. We haven't had a hijacking in this country, I don't think, of an airliner for over 10 years. So we need to take some careful looks at what happened, exactly what happened, and what we can do to prevent it in the future. Let me just say one final thing. When I was in government at high levels, and I was here for 12 years in Washington, D.C., we foreclosed a lot of similar type attacks that had been planned, maybe not as sophisticated as this one, but we rolled up a lot of operations, and generally speaking, the counterintelligence and counterterrorism capabilities of the United States have functioned very effectively. We may, however, now be entering into a new era, and we may have to see some significant new measures.
But that's my very point. Take it out of the context of what's going on between Israel and the PLO. A lot of the moderate Arab states have been targets for this same kind of fanatic activity as well.
That's correct. And when there is violence in the Middle East, when there is terrorism, the more moderate states, whether they're Arab states or the United States or our allies in Europe, we tend to be diminished, because those who argue for peace and those who support peace are hurt when the rejectionists and the radicals succeed. And that's, of course, what this is. This is success by the radical elements at the very highest levels.
All right, thank you very much. James Baker, former Secretary of State, former Secretary of the Treasury, and of course, White House Chief of Staff during the Reagan administration, who has seen more than his share of crises. But he was looking out the window of his Washington law office today and looked on in disbelief as he saw smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, not realizing at the moment, of course, that it had been the target of a direct hit by a hijacked airliner. And on board that airliner, by the way, was Barbara Olson, a well-known Washington lawyer. Well, this is the scene in New York tonight. This is a city that is still hurting very deeply. The New York City Firefighters Union says tonight, these are unconfirmed numbers, but it's from the Firefighters Union, that it has lost, and the city has lost, 200 of its finest. 200 firemen killed today in the World Trade Center attack. The buildings came down, of course. Many of those firemen were at the base of those buildings, involved in firefighting and rescue efforts at the time. That's the first number that we've had from a reliable source that comes from the Firefighters Union tonight. Earlier, Mayor Giuliani would only say that he expected the death toll to be horrendous. At one point, they had 1,500 people being treated at Liberty Park, which is at the tip of Manhattan. This will be going on throughout the evening in New York. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now and see what the very latest is on the hijacking of these 4 planes today, 2 from Boston, 1 from Newark, and 1 from Washington Dulles. Robert?
Tom, there are little glimmers coming out of what may have gone on in the cockpits of some of these planes. The Attorney General John Ashcroft in his news conference this evening mentioned knives when he was talking about the first of these planes to be hijacked, the American airliner out of Boston Logan that was the first to go into World Trade Center number 1. There were several cell phone calls from planes. You mentioned Barbara Olson, the wife of Solicitor General Theodore Olson. She called her husband twice before the plane that she was on, which was one that left Dulles and was bound for Los Angeles, before that plane crashed into the Pentagon. And she mentioned people in the back of the plane with knife-like devices. There was another person who called a relative from a plane and said that the passengers and the pilots of that plane had been herded into the back and that the terrorists were at the controls of the aircraft. We haven't heard guns mentioned yet, but presumably those were weapons too taken aboard, but no one has confirmed that at all at this point. Other cell phone calls monitored from people. There was one unconfirmed report of a flight attendant on that first flight, the Boston flight, who called and said that the crew had been killed and that she'd been locked in the restroom, and then they didn't hear any more from her. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager tonight. Robert, let me just catch up with you quickly. Tomorrow, we do expect that air travel will resume at noon Eastern time. But what should travelers expect in terms of security at airports?
Oh, it will be very, very strong, and I'm not sure they'll actually do it at noon Eastern time is what we've heard, but we simply said that there was not going to be, this is the FAA said, any more travel until noon tomorrow, and then they would reassess at that point. So we don't know for sure that they'll resume at noon.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager. This day, it's the 11th of September, the year 2001. Some people have said the 9th month, the 11th day, 911, is a day that will be in bold print in future history books, a day that is a dark mark for this country, a day that everyone will remember where they were when they heard the news. After all, our largest city and most vital financial market immobilized, the country terrorized politically and psychologically. Dateline Stone Phillips tonight takes us through this astonishing day, minute by minute.
Today, the unimaginable happened. At the start of a busy workday, New Yorkers heard an explosion, then looked up to see a symbol of America's economic power, one of the World Trade Center's twin towers, billowing smoke and flames.
The glass just flamed, exploded out the front of the World Trade Center, and glass flew everywhere.
Minutes later, literally from out of the blue, an even more horrifying sight. A jetliner bearing down on the other tower. It was a direct hit.
A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
Before the hour was out, the symbol of American military power, the Pentagon, was also in flames. It too apparently the target of a new weapon, a passenger jet hijacked and turned into a guided missile. Across the country, shock, sorrow, fear, outrage, and the realization that America was under attack. About 8:45 this morning, the sky over Manhattan was clear following a night of violent thunderstorms. In the city's financial district, the very heart of American commerce, thousands of workers were already at their desks. Moments later, in the upper reaches of the 110-story North Tower, sudden impact.
As Matt just mentioned, we have a breaking news story to tell you about. Apparently, a plane has just crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City.
1 second after the sound started, there was gray smoke and what looked to be like confetti flying all over the place.
Fire and death above, confusion below, as some 10,000 people streamed out of the building.
There was a lady had a big gash on her head, so it was people stampeding one over top of another.
Witnesses reported a horrifying scene. Desperate people jumping from the burning skyscraper. Bloody clothing and body parts scattered on the streets below. As emergency crews rushed to the southern tip of Manhattan, the immediate thought, could it really be happening again?
Step back, okay? Come on.
In 1993, the same building was hit by a truck bomb, Islamic militants hoping to topple the one tower into the other. 6 people died in that attack, and 1,500 were injured. But within the first minutes today, it was clear that the toll this time would be much higher. Then, at 9:03, less than 20 minutes after the first strike, with police and rescue personnel still scrambling to respond,
Do you know if
this.
there were many people in the building?
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on this shot.
Live cameras trained on the first stricken tower captured another huge explosion, this one on the South Tower. Only this time, the attack was documented. This indelible image to be replayed again and again, seared into the American memory.
And here it comes right there.
An American Airlines 767 with 92 people on board hijacked on its flight from Boston to Los Angeles, becoming the implement of mass murder. The impact was devastating, the airliner punching through the skin of the huge tower, another rain of glass, concrete, and terror.
It's like this unbelievable ball of fire, and the whole street, which is now awakened, everyone's like, whoa. People start crying, people start running.
It was now clear that this was no accident. The first tower had also been hit by a hijacked passenger jet, a United flight that had also taken off from Boston, bound for LA. The attacks left New York virtually paralyzed. Tunnels and bridges linking the city shut down, subways closed, telephone lines jammed, cell phones overloaded as frantic callers tried to contact loved ones. At 9:30, President Bush in Florida to talk about education addressed a nation reeling and in need of reassurance.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
But even as the president pledged to hunt down and punish those responsible, another attack, this one even more audacious. The target, the Pentagon. Another American Airlines jet bound for Los Angeles had been hijacked, this one taking off from Washington's Dulles Airport. It was another direct hit. NBC's Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklaszewski suddenly found himself on the front lines of a war that had come home.
I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently it felt just a few moments ago like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon.
9:43 a.m. With concern that the White House could be a target, President Bush boarded Air Force One bound for a special secure command post at a military base. At 9:49, the Federal Aviation Administration announced it was shutting down the nation's air traffic. In a world turned upside down, hundreds of passenger planes crisscrossing the country were now potential terrorist weapons.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport.
This morning, on a scale beyond belief, Americans experienced what it's like to feel truly vulnerable, to realize when someone is willing to die for a cause, we are all potential targets. The #1 suspect, This man, Osama bin Laden, a radical Islamic terrorist linked to past attacks on American interests. A London-based Arab journalist said today that 3 weeks ago, followers of bin Laden warned of a huge and unprecedented attack on the U.S. Was this it?
Somebody provided the logistical support for this operation, and clearly the only person, or one of the only people, that has built up such a network in the world today is Osama bin Laden.
There was no word from bin Laden, but the Taliban-ruled government of Afghanistan, where bin Laden is based, issued a statement this morning condemning the attacks and saying bin Laden did not have the capability to carry out such acts. And there were plenty of other suspects, ranging from radical Palestinian groups to rogue governments.
President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks.
While the nation's intelligence community ran down possible suspects and tried to assess whether more attacks were imminent, rescue workers in New York and Washington confronted a disaster of immense proportions. In New York, local hospitals began filling up, urgent calls going out to every available surgeon and nurse, long lines of people outside waiting to donate blood.
There's a war zone. Unbelievable.
And still, there was worse to come. At 9:59 a.m., the Trade Center's South Tower, the building that took the second hit, began to crumble. It was almost incomprehensible. In a matter of seconds, the skyscraper collapsed and was gone.
Suddenly, we hear, the security say, everyone get out now, now, everyone run for your life.
NBC producer Shahar Baran was there with a home video camera.
A bunch of women just standing there, shocked. By then, the whole building sort of implodes. It just goes like this. And you see like a side of the building, and then it goes, and there's this ball, this silver yellow ball sort of heading towards you, kind of in slow motion. You can't figure out what to do. People are starting to run like crazy.
If you take a look behind
Then at 10 a.m., news of another passenger plane in trouble. Someone on United Airlines Flight 93, traveling from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, called 911 and reported a hijacking. Then an explosion and silence. The plane crashed here, some 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. There were 45 people on board. So far, 3 passenger jets used kamikaze style, and a 4th that might have been. 266 people on board killed. The death toll on the ground still unclear. Then, at 10:30, another sickening sight. The tower still standing, following its twin, collapsing, vanishing in a cloud of smoke. By 11 o'clock, the sense of alarm had spread across the country. Troops standing guard as national landmarks were shut down. Fighter jets actually patrolling the skies as the last airborne passenger planes rushed to safety. 11:14, officials trying to manage the disaster, struggling to describe it all.
First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning, so the numbers we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day. And we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
And New Yorkers were struggling too.
And now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
At 11:42, another plane from Boston declared an emergency. Fearing a bomb on board, it landed in Cleveland. Soon, all planes in Canada as well as the U.S. were grounded. The borders with Mexico and Canada were sealed, and Major League Baseball announced the cancellation of all games scheduled for today. At 1:12, President Bush, at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, again spoke to the nation.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Moments after his speech, the president reboarded Air Force One for a then undisclosed location. Meanwhile, in New York, an army of rescue workers and volunteers from the city's building trades and other unions made their way to the wreckage of Lower Manhattan, seeking the injured and dead.
You guys going back?
Yes. It's our job.
You worried about that other tower?
Personally, I am. I got fellow officers that might be trapped. I'm not trying to be a hero, but I think if you were in this position, you'd do the same thing.
Those civilians who could made their way by foot across the Brooklyn Bridge, as New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani called for calm in a city that was more shell-shocked than terrified.
And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal.
The mayor's news conference gave the first hint of just how high the casualty count could be.
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon.
Just before 3 p.m., President Bush landed at Offutt Air Force Base outside of Omaha. From an underground bunker at the Strategic Air Command Base, he convened a National Security Council briefing. As 4 o'clock approached, the president's spokesperson, Karen Hughes, briefed reporters back in Washington.
The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington.
5:21 p.m., even as people around the country struggled with the enormity of today's events, a third building at the World Trade Center, damaged by this morning's attacks, collapsed.
They advised us to leave because we have... Oh, my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way, please. Be careful of your baby. This is it.
That's the building coming down.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. No.
Fortunately, the building with more than 40 floors had been evacuated. But once again, the concrete canyons of Lower Manhattan were filled with the sounds of sirens and the sight of people fleeing for their lives.
That's Stone Phillips with a riveting account of all that happened today. And what you see behind me is the scene in Lower Manhattan tonight, live as the rescue efforts do continue. So does the fire and the smoke. 3 buildings now have been collapsed as a result of this terrorist attack today. Let's go to NBC's Pat Dawson, who's been on duty there all day long as we await the President of the United States. Pat, very quickly, bring us up to date on recovery efforts.
The recovery efforts at this point, Tom, still pretty much the bottom line is it's a rather chaotic situation here. New York City Fire Department Lieutenant was just giving us some information a few minutes ago and said that there are still fires burning down there, still some underground fires. He told us that there was a rather significant fire in that building that Stone was just describing, number 7 World Trade Center, that collapsed late in the afternoon. As he said, there are still fires burning there. They are trying at this point to get to those fires and to extinguish them, as well as the task, obviously, of looking for anyone who might possibly have survived, although at this point, that is a very, very difficult thing to do in the darkness and the smoke and rubble that this fire lieutenant said runs several stories high in there. Just making a point, or coming on about a point that you mentioned before, as the New York City Firefighters Union saying that fully half of the firefighters originally responding to the events early this morning were killed. That would fit with information that we had gotten from one of the chiefs who was in charge of that operation, saying that he knew he had lost at least 50 to 60 men and probably far fewer that he was not able to evacuate. Tom?
All right, thank you, Pat Dawson, bringing us up to date on the rescue efforts that continue underway as we look at the scenes that have been described all day long by so many people who were there either as a war zone or reminiscent of a nuclear winter. The President of the United States will address the nation, presumably from the Oval Office tonight, after certainly the most hectic day of his presidency one of the most difficult days of any modern president. He began in Florida earlier, went to Shreveport, addressed the nation from there at Barksdale Air Force Base, then to the Strategic Air Command headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska, to the very secure bunker with all the most sophisticated communications equipment in the world at his disposal for a meeting of the National Security Council. And then he felt strongly that he wanted to come back to the nation's capital, to Washington, D.C. It was symbolically and politically important for him to address the nation from there tonight, that symbol of freedom and power, the Oval Office of the President of the United States in the West Wing of the White House. We'll be sharing with you, after we hear from the President, also the appearance tonight on the steps of the Capitol of the House and Senate members who were still in town, Republican and Democrat alike, the leaders. There they are, and after their statement by their leaders, they broke into this spontaneous rendition of God Bless America. NBC's Tim Russert is standing by with me as well. Tim, this is going to be a great test, not just for the president, but for his entire staff, and of course, for the political leadership on both sides on Capitol Hill. Let's go now, Tim. I'm sorry, we'll get to that later. Here now is the President of the United States in the Oval Office. We expect to hear from him momentarily.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush, in his second address to the nation, and certainly the most grave speech that he has made in his very young presidency, as he talked tonight about the terrorists attempting to shatter steel in buildings but not being successful in shattering the steel of resolve in this country, saying the bright light of freedom will continue to burn. He was a sorrowful and sober president, but also one filled with resolve, as he said, we will find the people who are responsible for this and bring them to justice. This has been a long and difficult day for the president, and it's just the beginning because there are many complex decisions that remain ahead of him now. NBC's Tim Russert joins me now from the Washington Bureau, where he is our Washington Bureau chief and moderator of Meet the Press. Tim, the president tomorrow will obviously be sending out a lot of directives to his military, to his law enforcement officers, and also to the people who are responsible for this nation's security at airports and in other places.
Tom, the president cast this tonight as a battle between good and evil, using the word evil several times. Law enforcement officials and intelligence officials hope that with the cockpit recorders, airport records, and perhaps even some celebrations or proclamations by those who did this, they can quickly determine just who must be retaliated against. The president also said something very important, Tom. Whoever harbors these terrorists will be dealt with in the same way as those who committed the terrorism. That is a very important signal and message to people all across the world. Tom, there's a steely resolve in Washington, a passionate determination to bring these people to justice, but there's also a sober realization that our way of life will change forever.
All right, NBC's Tim Russert, who's our Washington Bureau chief. Tim, we're going to ask you to stand by there tonight. I want to go to Richard Holbrooke now, who has been one of our most skilled negotiators and veteran diplomats. He was obviously deeply involved in the Dayton Peace Accords. He was the man who made that happen and tried to bring some sense of peace to the Balkans. Around the world, Mr. Holbrooke, there seems to be this dividing line between Islamic fundamentalists and the United States, not just in the Middle East, but of course in the central part of Europe and in the southeast part of Asia as well.
First of all, I think it's very important to make clear that when you say Islamic fundamentalists, you're not talking about all people who follow Islam as a religion, and I know you and I share that, Tom. But I agree with what Tim Russert just said. The most important sentence in the president's fine speech, which we've all just listened to and which I think the world should understand the president has spoken for the entire nation, regardless of party. The most important sentence in the president's speech was the phrase, we make no distinction between those who committed the act and those who harbor the people who committed it. And it is absolutely critical now that the United States rally an international coalition so that we don't go it alone in seeking out these people. If, as you have been reporting, it comes from Osama bin Laden, and if the Taliban have left him in their country, they must suffer the consequences. And we're going to need the support of our European allies, of the Russians, the Chinese, and of the Arab moderate states like Egypt and Jordan, which all must join us in the effort to eradicate this scourge that is upon us. As Tim Russert said, it's going to be difficult. but it is something that we must do with other countries to isolate the people who did it.
Richard, no one knows better than you that that's a daunting diplomatic assignment. The last time that happened successfully, we had a highly conspicuous presence in Saddam Hussein, who had moved into Kuwait, and President George Herbert Walker Bush, this president's father, and his very skilled team did manage to put together an extraordinary alliance. Will it be more difficult this time?
It will be more difficult, Tom, for a reason that's quite clear. We know what the act of war was, and it is an act of war, but not only do we not know exactly who did it, although we have our suspicions, but finding them will be much more difficult than driving an overt, highly visible force out of Kuwait. And we must remember that it took George Bush Sr. 7 long months from August 1st, 1990 until the beginning of 1991 before he launched that military attack. The American public and the world is going to want some kind of action earlier than that, but we'll have to know who it must be directed against. Still, the President's critical statement just now that we'll make no distinction between those who did it and those who are harboring the men who did it is, I think, a big first step towards changing the rules of the game so that people like this can no longer hide behind the kind of horrible behavior that the Taliban have shown in this situation.
Richard Holbrooke, our former ambassador to the United Nations, former ambassador to Germany, a leading State Department authority, and the principal architect of the Dayton Peace Accords for Bosnia. Thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Tom.
General Norman Schwarzkopf, of course, knows a good deal about putting together an alliance and striking back hard in the Persian Gulf War. He was the commander of the Allied forces there, but this is a far different situation that we face now, General Schwarzkopf.
No question about it. No question about it. But I, just like everyone else, was delighted to hear that statement about going after those people who harbor these terrorists, too. That applies not only to the people abroad, but people in our own country who do that.
General Schwarzkopf, we have the mightiest military in the world, but we are facing an entirely different kind of enemy now. That's very plain today in the pain and grief that this country is feeling. Are we going to have to realign our military forces?
I don't think we need to realign them, Tom. We have the capability to strike. The question we're going to have difficulty with is finding them. Number one, identifying them, and then number two, finding them and being able to attack them where we find them.
Have you been surprised that despite all the warnings about the vulnerability of this country to terrorism, that both among ordinary people and even in the highest echelons of Congress, people have refused in some sense to take it all very seriously?
Well, you know, we've always had those two great oceans on either side of us to protect us and sort of isolate us from the rest of the world, and they've always been a sort of a sanctuary for us. And with the world getting smaller and smaller due to international transportation and that sort of thing, those are no longer walls that protect us anymore. We need to come to the realization, and you know, terrorism has been alive and well throughout the rest of the world for a very, very long time, and you can point to it in many different places, and it's come to our shores big time now. We need to understand that.
I know that you still have many contacts in the Arab world among the moderate Arab states. Do you think that they will be willing to stand beside the United States now in a conspicuous fashion against this kind of terrorism?
That's going to be very, very tough for them to do. Very, very tough, because, of course, in doing so, the terrorists have always justified their acts against any of the United States facility because of what the United States support of Israel. And quite frankly, for them to stand up now and support the United States 100%, going to put them in a very, very difficult position with vis-a-vis Israel, because most of those states are anti-Israel.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf, who's with us tonight as well. Ambassador Richard Holbrooke did make a very appropriate point, because the reaction in this country will be, in many quarters, to lash out at all people of Islamic faith, all practicing Muslims, and there are about 7 million in this country altogether, many of them in the Detroit area, but also throughout the eastern seaboard as well. That would be a grievous error on the part of the United States, because many of these Islamic countries have been the targets of the same kind of terrorism. Egypt particularly, and Saudi Arabia has not been happy with some of the attacks that have been made in that country as well. These are people who operate like loose bands of guerrillas, and they have their own kind of demented and perverted view of what the Islamic faith is all about, and they attempt to gain their revenge against what they describe as their satanic enemies like the United States through these kinds of acts of cowardly terrorism. The Islamic faith is the fastest growing faith in the world, and it's one that cannot be ignored by this country in so many different dimensions. Let's go to NBC Jim Miklashevsky now, who's at the Pentagon. Jim, we know that American military forces are on worldwide alert of the highest order tonight. Anything else for us?
Well, officials here at the Pentagon also at the highest state of alert, Delta, which is essentially virtually at a war footing, Tom, where American military are supposed to be geared up, weapons locked and loaded, ready for absolutely everything. But it's been a full 11 hours since that American Airlines 757 slammed into the Pentagon, and firefighters are having a very difficult time with the stubborn blaze. As you can see behind me now, what were just a couple of flickers on the roof are actually now full-blown infernos, apparently. Flames bursting through the roof, even more so just in the last few minutes as we've been standing here watching, and much further away now than the original fires that we had watched several hours ago. So it appears that the fires here in the Pentagon are not only stubborn, but spreading. At the same time, television crews were permitted in the area just a short time ago, and they recorded a very grisly scene, Tom. What they first saw were some of the dead that had been removed from the rubble, covered in sheets. There's a temporary morgue actually set up in the center courtyard of the Pentagon here. The exact casualty toll still not known, but scores are believed to be dead and still buried underneath the rubble. And there was also some shots of the damage, exterior damage around the building itself. As you can see from the pictures, it's eerily reminiscent, Tom, of the bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City. The wide gash in the building and the slanted floors that had just collapsed under their own pressure, and it appears that these rescue workers are a long way from not only containing the blaze, but recovering the victims. Tom?
I find that stunning, Jim Miklashevsky, that they've had all day to work on that blaze. It tells you about the very grievous nature of this attack on that building, that they still have flames at this hour burning through the military headquarters of the United States.
Well, actually, Tom, you know, some consider the location where this plane went in rather fortunate, because exactly where the plane went in was an area that had recently been redeveloped and redesigned with very heavy blast walls and fire walls in that new area there. Of course, can't withstand the kind of impact of a 757. So as you look at the building, the fire did not spread very much to the right, the new portion of the building, and the old portion where the fire continues to spread, much of that had already been vacated. Those offices vacated in preparations of the remodeling effort that was to be undertaken in that section of the building. Even though the death toll here is likely to still rise significantly, the number of dead is probably considerably less than it would have been if this part of the Pentagon had been up to full staff. Tom?
And Jim, a lot of people are going to be looking at all that destruction and wonder whether our military capability is in any way compromised by the damage to the building here.
Well, fortunately, too, this is exactly the opposite side of all the critical command centers in the Pentagon. The Secretary of Defense's office, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs office, the National Military Command, the tank, you've been there, Tom, where some of the most critical military decisions are made. Fortunately, they were all on the other side of the building, and Secretary Rumsfeld never left the building today. After surveying some of the damage, actually helping some of the injured out on stretchers, he returned, not to his office, but the National Military Command Center to coordinate any kind of military assessments and operations that may be underway. Tom, one indication that some plans are already being considered. 2 aircraft carriers were recently in the Persian Gulf, the Enterprise, the Carl Vinson. The Enterprise had left the Persian Gulf, was scheduled to leave the area, head home and the Navy has told, the Pentagon has told the Enterprise, stay right where you are.
Jim, we do know that the Air Force One had a fighter plane escort when it returned today from the Omaha to Washington leg. Do you think that that might be routine for the foreseeable future?
I would guess that probably will be routine. I mean, we saw the extraordinary scene over here earlier today of American fighter jets, F-16, flying low-level cover over the Capitol and the Pentagon. And I think there will be extraordinary security measures, not only implemented around this building, and they had been stiffened just recently, Tom. All the outside windows have been equipped with Kevlar coating to guard against blast. This portion of the building that have been remodeled, heavy blast walls put in. So they were in the process of trying to make this building terror-proof. It was proven today that that may never be possible.
All right, thank you very much, NBC Jim Miklashevsky, who is at the Pentagon tonight. Now let's go to NBC's Andrea Mitchell, who covers the diplomatic front and national security matters for us as well. Colin Powell, is he back in the nation's capital tonight, Andrea?
Yes, he is back. He had cut short his trip to South America, flew directly from Lima, Peru, back to Washington, and is now at the State Department. He went to meetings with his top team. They were waiting there on the 7th floor of the State Department for him, so he came back without going to Bogota, Colombia. But intelligence officials and others are all, as you know, mobilizing to try to find the culprits. U.S. officials have briefed some members of Congress. What we're learning now from Senator Orrin Hatch, who's a key member of the Judiciary Committee, is that they did have intelligence intercepts. So after the attack, they did pick up some intercepts, and you know the sophistication of the National Security Agency and their ability to intercept communications worldwide, and they zero in, they target bin Laden's operation routinely. They picked up intercepts with some members of his organization apparently referring to these targets having been hit. They've been successful in the past building cases against bin Laden by picking up this kind of information, these kinds of communications. They also believe that at least one person on one of the 4 doomed flights may have been a member of his organization. So as disastrous as this is, they will have leads from people checking into airports, checking on those flights. They know some of the pseudonyms, the aliases, the fake identifications that are used by some of these people. They've probably got a pretty good head start tonight. George Tenet and his officials are all gathered at the CIA in secure areas and are having meetings as we speak.
Andrea Mitchell, are you picking up anything about sending emissaries around the world in an effort to build what has been described as an extraordinary coalition of people to try to build an alliance against the idea of terrorism? Because it's not just the Western democracies that are being threatened by all of this, but as you well know, many of the moderate Arab states have been targets as well.
And as Dick Holbrooke and General Schwarzkopf were talking to you earlier, it's very clear that we are at a very weak moment diplomatically in the Arab world and in the Gulf region. Our best allies, including Saudi Arabia, top leaders have been blunt in telling President Bush and communicating privately with his father, who is, of course, very popular in that area, and talking to other U.S. officials about how displeased they are about the situation with the U.S., Israel, and the Palestinians. So there is very little support. Bin Laden is a hero, is in many ways an idol to many people on the street in the Palestinian areas. So while we have to be very careful to make those distinctions with Islamic fundamentalists who have nothing at all to do with Osama bin Laden, to radicals in the region, he is a hero. And he will, of course, be made more of a hero if and when the U.S. retaliates. And as both of your other guests were saying earlier, there is no question in anyone's mind the U.S. is going to retaliate not only against bin Laden, because they don't even know exactly where he is, but most assuredly against the Taliban if they can nail down the evidence that he was responsible, because there's no question that the Taliban have been warned. The U.S. is going to retaliate against Afghanistan itself.
NBC's Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now, who covers the aviation beat for us. And of course, today we did have the fully unexpected and shocking development of these terrorists hijacking 4 airliners simultaneously, 2 American Airlines, 2 United Airlines jetliners bound for California from Boston, Newark, and Washington Dulles. 2 of them going into the World Trade Center, 1 going into the Pentagon, and another crash landing and killing everyone on board outside of Pittsburgh. This was a well-planned, very cold-blooded, extremely well-executed terrorist attack, Robert, and we have been talking tonight about whether we'll have a resumption of air flight in this country anytime tomorrow. This is one more of the exceptional developments. No airplanes were flying after about noon today.
They were talking about resuming flights at noon tomorrow. They say at least that they'll reassess it at that point. And meantime, there's also some new information now that maybe the weapon of choice here seems to have been knives. We know now that there were knives involved on at least 3 of the 4 aircraft that were hijacked and brought down, and there's been no mention yet of anything about guns being used. But first, let's look at the facts of these crashes today.
The string of events that results in these 4 horrific crashes begins at Boston's Logan Airport, 7:45 a.m. American Flight 11, 767, with 92 on board. Supposed to fly Boston to Los Angeles, but over New York State, it's diverted, forced to fly south, directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. A long day of carnage is underway. Back in Boston, United Flight 175, another 767, with 65 aboard, is already in the air, also bound for Los Angeles, 15 minutes behind the first flight, when it too is hijacked. This, the actual plane, as it hits the South Tower of the World Trade Center. 8:10 a.m., American Flight 77, a 757 with 64 aboard, has taken off from Washington's Dulles Airport, also bound for Los Angeles. It too, taken over and loops back into the Pentagon. It slices in at an angle, leaving a deadly and ugly gash in the nation's military nerve center. And finally, 8 a.m. out of Newark Airport, United's Flight 93, a 757 with 45 aboard, bound Newark to San Francisco, hijacked as well, but crashes short of whatever its intended target is, comes down in rural western Pennsylvania. Eyewitnesses there.
And I heard a loud noise, and I happened to look up, and it was a plane. It was real low to me. It sounded like it was running fine to me. I just kept watching. I watched it go nosedive straight into the ground.
You could see where the plane had made the initial impact in the ground, and it was still on fire. It made a crater probably 30 feet by 30 feet, and it's probably 15 or 20 feet deep, and there's just debris scattered within probably a half-a-mile radius.
There are only 2 ways terrorists can sneak themselves or their weapons aboard planes, either through passenger screening or by going unscreened through locked doors into off-limits areas or onto the tarmac. Periodic FAA tests have found plenty of flaws. Found when government agents tried to sneak into secure areas, they were successful more than 2/3 of the time. Found testers also often able to sneak fake guns and explosives by X-ray screening. Once aboard, many speculate the hijackers must have disabled crews and taken over the plane's controls. More likely that than forcing a pilot with a gun at his head to fly right into the World Trade Center, for instance. Former American Airlines pilot Jim Tillman.
It is inconceivable to me that any airline pilot would allow anyone to force him to fly into an inhabited building. I cannot imagine how any pilot could be conscious or capable of doing anything to control that airplane at the time that it was directed at one of these buildings.
Terrorism specialist Neil Livingstone.
I suspect that what we're going to find is that the pilots were overwhelmed, perhaps dead already, and that trained pilots from the hijacker camp were in charge of those aircraft and were willing to die for their beliefs.
If there was time, if there was, the crews may have been able to press a button in the cockpit and send out a coded warning to controllers that there was a hijack in progress. Controllers may then have radioed back inquiries. But if the crews were disabled, the controllers would have been left in the dark for real information. Whatever else, controllers must have been surprised, in disbelief. There hadn't been a commercial plane hijacked in the U.S. for 10 years, since 1991. And now this.
And tonight we're getting reports of cell phone calls from at least 3 of those 4 flights, 1 from a flight attendant and 2 from passengers that were on board the flights. And they all talk about knives. There's, again, no mention of guns. In the first case, it was that flight that came out of Boston, and that was an American Airlines flight, and it was a flight attendant who apparently got a cell phone call off. I've heard variously it was to American Airlines operations or maybe somewhere else, but she reported that her fellow attendants had been stabbed in the back of the plane, and that the cabin had been taken over, and up front that the crew of the plane had been taken over, and that the plane was going down in New York, was the quote that we heard. Then, on the second flight that came out of Boston, that was the second flight of the day, that was 17 minutes behind that first flight, and also went into one of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, there was a businessman who got off 2 cell phone calls to his father. In the first call, he told his father that a flight attendant had been stabbed and the plane had been hijacked. Then the phone went dead. Then he got another call off to his father and said the plane was going down. So that, again, is a plane that went into the second Twin Tower of the World Trade Center. On the third flight of the day to be hijacked, the one that left from Dulles Airport, was supposed to go to San Francisco, instead was taken over, looped around, brought back to the Pentagon. It was Barbara Olson, the CNN commentator and Washington lawyer, and the wife of Solicitor General Theodore Olson, who called her husband Theodore twice from the plane before it went down. I'm sorry, I think she called once, but she talked about knife-like instruments being used by the hijackers in the back of the plane, and said that passengers had been forced to the back of the plane. Anyhow, all this talk about knives might suggest that something managed to get through X-rays, and maybe it was thought by the terrorists that it would be easier to get knives through the X-ray machines and not be caught at it than to get guns through. At any rate, we may hear differently later, but so far there's been no mention of guns. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Robert Hager tonight with that complete wrap-up of the aviation component of all of this. No one could have anticipated that hijacked planes would be used in effect as guided missiles, although Tom Clancy, in one of his very popular books, did have a hijacked plane crashed into the U.S. Capitol. There have been other attempts in the past by other terrorists. You'll remember that there was an attempt to take some planes out of the Philippines and blow them up over the Pacific after the capture of the terrorists who were responsible for the original bombing of the World Trade Center. And there have been other planes as well. An Air India flight was blown up in midair, to say nothing of Pan Am 103, which was blown up over Lockerbie, Scotland, by terrorists widely believed that they were from Libya. And they have gone on trial, obviously, and that killed a great many Americans on that flight as well. So it's not the first time that this has happened, but it's never been used in quite this fashion before. And if you have been impatient with airline and airplane security in the past, wait until there's a resumption of flights. There's going to be a great change in this country. If you fly in the Middle East or through many parts of Europe, you're often several times questioned before you can get on the flight, as well as all the electronic security that you have to go through. You have to get to the airport well in advance of the scheduled departure time of the plane, and those will be some of the new procedures that are bound to be put into effect in this country. El Al, in fact, has undercover people on board, armed, trained sharpshooters who fly on all their international flights. It could come to that in America. One former State Department official was saying today we may even have to have some form of air cover in America, hard as that is to believe. But as you look at these scenes, you know the consequences of not having very tight security at our airports. Let's go to Pat Dawson now, who has been keeping track for us of the rescue efforts downtown and of the fires that continue to burn in lower Manhattan. Pat?
Tom, we are getting to the point of, I guess, what is best described as an unofficial shift change. We have seen for about the past half hour a number of New York City firefighters principally leaving here, leaving the scene, moving out, along with their vehicles. In many cases, those vehicles in total disarray, seriously damaged. We were able to grab one of them to speak to us. This is firefighter Anthony Pasquarelli. Am I getting that right, from Engine 204?
Yes.
Can you tell us, first of all, when you got here?
Approximately 12 o'clock. And like you said, there's no words to describe what happened. There's numerous companies that are still in there, and you know.
Now, have you heard the reports? We have heard a report from the New York City Firefighters Union that perhaps as many as half of the original firefighters who responded, perhaps as many as 10 or 11 companies, perhaps 200 men, have been lost.
I mean, we operate inside the building, you know, so it's a possibility. Nobody wants a hope. I'm hoping everybody pulls through, you know. Hopefully God's with us, so.
Is that word making its way through amongst the rescue workers through the afternoon?
No, nobody's going to say anything until they have a definite answer. Like I said, everybody hopes that everyone pulls through. Nobody wants to come up with a number yet. We're still hopeful.
Tell me what is going on in there over the last 2 or 3 hours. Are you still fighting fires in there?
Yes, there's numerous high-rises that are still on fire that we're trying to battle. And we can't get close to it because of the rubble piled up as much as 100 feet. So it's just a tremendous effort with all the agencies of the city.
How many firefighters would you say and other rescue workers are in there working on these fires?
Like I said, it's hard to say. This is probably 3/4 of the city here. You know, they were pulling people off vacation, whoever wasn't working. So
the fire's still burning in there. Have you heard of any buildings that may still be in danger?
No, none at this time. The last one, I believe, was 7 World Trade over here, and nothing at this time, though.
Yeah. You said the rubble. If you give me some idea of the rubble, how big it is, how much there is. I mean, the thought of 100
blocks. It's a 40-story building, and both World Trade Centers and all the little buildings that were surrounding. It's just blocks of rubble. There's no way to describe it unless you're actually up there looking at it. They're sending everybody back to get rest because, like I said, the city's hurting for members, and they're going to need everyone fresh for the rest of the city. God forbid something happens anywhere else. So they're returning companies to get rest and wash up at the firehouse, but we have to stay at the firehouse, in case anything happens.
Firefighter Anthony Pasquarelli, thank you so much. We know it's been a very difficult day for you. Thank you. Firefighter Anthony Pasquarelli, the New York Fire Department, Engine 204, who, as he said, has been here, Tom, since about noon this afternoon. He relays the information that is not terribly optimistic in the fact that they are still fighting fires in there, and they are having a very, very difficult time getting to them because of the enormous amount of debris, as he described, a 40-story skyscraper and 2 110-story towers coming down. The debris, obviously, extraordinarily difficult to work your way through. Tom?
All right, thank you very much. Pat Dawson, still on the scene in Midtown Manhattan. We want to share with you just some of the president's speech that he made to the nation tonight at 8:31 from the Oval Office after a day in which he flew from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, then on to the Strategic Air Command headquarters in Omaha, where in a secure bunker he conducted a national security meeting and then flew back to Washington because he felt that it was important to address this nation on this night from the Oval Office, the symbol of power and presidential authority. Here is some of what the president had to say tonight.
This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world.
And the president also said that we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I've asked former UN Ambassador Richard Holbrooke to join us once again. He was the principal architect, of course, of the Dayton Peace Accords. And I think, Richard, for a lot of Americans, there must be a great deal of confusion tonight about the Islamic radicals around the world and then Islamic fundamentalists and other people who have, this is the fastest growing faith in the world after all, and who do feel, if not strongly allied with America, they feel strongly that this act of terrorism that has been visited upon this country today is intolerable and unacceptable.
Well, that's right, Tom. And as you said earlier in this program, the overwhelming majority of people of Islamic faith, including the 7 million Islamic Americans, do not share this philosophy or advocate these acts, and it is vitally important to recognize that to be a member of that faith is not to be associated with this horrible deed. To your point, there has been a growing fundamentalism in the world for many years, which you have covered in many areas of the world. Now we face its consequences at home at a level that is without precedent in American history. I have no doubt that the United States government will, when it decides how to respond, And I think it's very important, as you just pointed out, that President Bush tonight said that they would make no distinction between the people who committed the act and those who harbor it. And I think for your viewers, it's important to underscore that if, in fact, it's Osama bin Laden, as you have reported seems likely, then the Taliban and other governments in Afghanistan and the region who have harbored these people are going to face the same consequences. I think the rules of the game are going to shift because of this. One last point on this, Tom, and that is the international side of it. We cannot do this alone. We need the support of our allies. We need the support of Russia, which has often played both sides, of China, which has stayed much too much to the sidelines. And finally, we need to work with the moderate Arab states, who must be as upset as we are in some ways at what happened, but don't like to show any break in the solidarity at times with the fundamentalists. And this is going to be very tricky, particularly for countries like Jordan and Egypt.
And Richard, the president has a fairly full agenda this fall. He is, after all, scheduled to go to China. Would you expect that they'll keep that agenda in place?
I have no doubt he'll continue his trip to China. That is a summit of all Pacific nations. Presidential leadership requires rallying other countries. He's got a very important first appearance at the United Nations coming up in 15 days. I assume he will go ahead with that, although having spoken to Secretary General Kofi Annan a few hours ago, I can tell you that he is already concerned about both the security and political aspects of the big meetings coming up in New York. But I assume he'll go ahead to China, and it's a good place to continue to rally international opinion in order to take concerted action so that this kind of thing is not permitted to succeed.
All right, Richard Holbrooke, our former ambassador to the United Nations, former ambassador to Germany, high-ranking official in the State Department in the Jimmy Carter administration as well, and as I said earlier, the principal architect of the Dayton Peace Accords, in which the United States took, in that case, the side of Muslims who were under assault in Bosnia. Let's go now to General Norman Schwarzkopf, who is going to join me now in a kind of video tour that is going to be painful for him and for all Americans. We're going to look at the military headquarters of the United States that was attacked today. General, we're going to take you inside via video camera to show you the extent of the damage that was done there. Fires continue to burn in the Pentagon tonight. These are the outer rings of the Pentagon on the heliport side across that very large and substantial building from where Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has his office, and the Joint Chiefs, Hugh Shelton and others, have their offices. When you look at that, General Schwarzkopf, as a career military man, what goes through your mind?
Well, you know, Tom, I spent 3 tours in the Pentagon, and I know exactly where that spot is. The interesting part about that is right across the highway, and the other side is Arlington National Cemetery, where an awful lot of great Americans who have served their country are laid to rest. Hearing about the rings, the fact that it went in, you know, there are 5 rings there, and the fact that it hit on the outside, first of all, it's amazing that the pilot could have come in the level he did and hit it without hitting something ahead of time. It was obviously a very experienced pilot, but then the fact that the fire has continued to go in through 5 different layers. You have 5 layers of offices that have just been taken out on both sides and down the middle. It just blows your mind.
General, the military around the world is in highest possible alert. How long can we sustain that kind of an alert?
Oh, we can sustain it for a good deal of time. They're used to being on a high state of alert. It just means that they take a lot more security precautions. A lot of the aircraft, for instance, are loaded up with weapons so that they can respond immediately. But it's not something that wears you out right away. I mean, you can stay at that state of alert for quite some time.
You know, the president tonight promised that we would seek out and attack not just the terrorists, but any nation that harbored them as well. That is, and I'm not belittling what he had to say here, but that is easier said than done. There has still been not brought to justice the terrorists who were responsible for the attack on the USS Cole, and there was a pretty big fingerprint on that one.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. As I said earlier, finding them is part of the problem. You can identify the organization clearly, but it's an awful big world out there and an awful lot of places to hide. And you got to know exactly where they are before you're going to be able to hit them. So That's a really, really tough intelligence problem. You know, no terrorist operation can survive without a support base. There's no doubt in my mind that there's some place within our country right now, there's some people who supported those terrorists prior to the time they went and got in those airplanes. And those are the people, too, that you have to find.
Was there anything when you were commander of Southern Command and based in Florida that made you more anxious than the possibility of a terrorist attack on this country, even though you were responsible for American military forces in another part of the world?
Well, I think I was more concerned for the military forces in the other parts of the world. At that time, you know, again, we all had the mentality that nobody was going to come over here and hit one of our major headquarters in this country. There were a lot of targets. Khobar Towers is a typical example of a type of target that was over there that could have been hit by terrorists, was hit by terrorists, and you really concerned yourself more with those forces over there than I never worried about my own headquarters. You know, it was just something that wasn't going to happen.
General, we have trained generations of military leaders to adapt to the changing times. We now have the military leaders who are coming out of our service academies who are so familiar with modern warfare that is conducted by computer and technology and laser-guided missiles and that kind of thing. Are we going to have to develop new courses and new disciplines at the service academies for fighting terrorism?
Tom, we've got some outstanding military units out there that are fully prepared to take on the terrorists on the ground in any kind of fighting they want to fight the battle. Yeah, there's an awful lot of technology involved in the business of war fighting, but there's an awful lot of the warrior spirit that's involved too. And we've got special operations forces, we've got ranger forces, we've got special operations forces in all of our services that are very, very capable of taking on the terrorists, you know, by their rules or ours. So once we find them, you know, we'll be ready to deal with them. There's absolutely no question in my mind about that.
If you were back in the Pentagon and someone said we're going to
assassination, how do we play back?
Well, I think we need to wake up and figure out which game we're in. We are like people that want to kill rats, but we don't want to go into the sewers. We want to stay out of the sewers. We don't want to get dirty. We want to be antiseptically clean. But unfortunately, our intelligence apparatus has been set up to collect information against a traditional state, in that case, the Soviet Union. Penetrating these groups is not like going in and penetrating a monastery and recruiting Mother Teresa to work for us. Consequently, and again, this is not to pin blame on the intelligence community, but you know, I have many friends and I talk to associates that the operation has become so bureaucratized, so hampered in part by political correctness, that it is an ineffective institution right now. And this isn't the first instance where we've been caught unawares. Every major terrorist incident going back into the mid-1980s has occurred without advanced warning. And one of the problems is it has not really been the ultimate intelligence priority to go after and penetrate these groups.
Larry Johnson, thank you very much for being with us tonight. We
Thanks,
are
Brian.
going to bring up another expert in this field, a man who approaches this from several different angles. He has been a pilot, he has been a United States Senator, and spends a good deal of his modern adult life thinking about these issues. Warren Rudman is with us by telephone. Senator, good evening to you.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. First of all, I'm just curious, having watched this along with us, such a sad day across this country, how you must feel about this tonight.
Well, I, of course, share everyone's sadness and shock, but I must tell you that when I heard about it this morning, when I was in a cab going to work, the cab driver had the radio on, and the first thing that occurred to me was, my God, we forecast this for the past several years, and our Commission on National Security, I'm sad to say, forecasted almost precisely.
Remind for our viewers, how, in what form, when?
3.5 years ago, President Clinton commissioned a national security study to look at U.S. security in the 21st century. And just shortening this up for you, Brian, the bottom line is that after, with an incredible group of experts, people whose names are known throughout the country, we came to the conclusion that the greatest threat to America was terrorism, state-sponsored and non-state-sponsored, against the American homeland. And we strongly recommended, and this was this March of this year, that the entire system of dealing with both prevention and response had to be changed.
No one, I'm guessing no one anticipated that they would use commercial airliners full of fuel for transatlantic trips as flying bombs, and no one anticipated that they would actually really go after the Pentagon with an airliner.
Well, let me say that if you read the report, we talked about two things. We talked about weapons of mass destruction, meaning chemical, biological, and nuclear. We also talked about weapons of mass disruption. We didn't define them, but the fact is that any instrumentality carrying a lot of fuel, being a truck,
that's right,
a ship, or an airplane, falls into that category. And so the fact that these people are able to come up with these ideas, I mean, hell, they've been written about in American novels, as you well know.
Right. Now, our last guest, in terms of retaliation, just said, we got to decide what game we're in. Where do you come down on that?
Well, I agree with a lot of what he said. I would only say that I think we have to have some caution. I mean, we surely we don't need a standard of proof that could have in a criminal court, but you certainly want some pretty solid evidence as to who's involved here. Certainly, bin Laden is a prime suspect, but let me point out, there are other organizations that are well-financed that U.S. intelligence is aware of, and there's also the possibility of state-sponsored terrorism. We've got people like Saddam Hussein and a few others that don't like us very much, so you've got to be pretty careful before you define who you're going to retaliate against, and then, of course, when you decide, then I agree with the President completely in what he said tonight.
Warren Rudman, thank you very much for joining us by telephone tonight after this long day.
Thank you, Brian.
We have another distinguished guest who's been kind enough to wait for us to get to him. General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, retired, commander, of course, the Persian Gulf War. General, good evening. Good to see you again.
Good evening, Brian.
I know with millions of other Americans, you have been watching what unfolded in New York and Washington today, and given your substantial amount of experience in the national security field, I'm curious for your thoughts this evening.
Well, you know, the first thought is that it's a terrible attack. It was obviously an attack that was directly aimed at innocent women and children and civilians. It wasn't a military attack at all, and that's the first and most disconcerting thing about the whole thing. Frankly, you know, we've been talked about a lot about what we did in Iraq by people who don't like us. In Iraq, we went to extraordinary measures to try and avoid killing innocent women and children, even to the point of endangering our own pilots more. And these bastards today deliberately went after innocent civilians. And like I say, that makes the difference between them and us.
And that's where all the comparisons to Pearl Harbor fall apart. In addition to the fact that we knew instantly who the enemy was back then, that was military to military. It didn't make it any better that those were our men in white uniforms that they were killing December 7th of 1941. But the people who were killed today came in all sizes, shapes, colors, and ages.
Yeah, it's just a terrible, terrible. I mean, it was a targeting of civilians. I mean, that's it, men, women, children. It mattered not what. It was a sheer act of terror and murder in the first degree. The thing that bothers me about it is that we might even get to the point where we can distinctly identify the organization that did it, and still it's going to be very hard to find them. Terrorist organizations are well concealed. And oftentimes the most difficult part of all is not identifying them, but then finding out where they are at that time so you can do something about it.
Now, General, you have intimate knowledge that if this turns out to be the groups we've been discussing all day and tonight, these are professional bad guys. They do bad things. For a lot of Americans, they are just now tonight realizing just how rough a crowd this is. When it comes to retaliation, and I'm going to repeat once again the sentence that stuck out of what the President said tonight, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. That's kind of a foreshadowing of what might happen here. When it comes to retaliation, what would your recommendation be?
Well, let me first of all say I was delighted that the President said that. We just can't have nations out there that harbor these type of people who support them financially and logistically, and then turn around and say, well, it's not our problem when they go off and do some horrendous act. They've got to take their share of the blame. Terrorists can't support without an operating base, logistic support base. I would venture to speculate that in this country, right at this instant, there's a group of people that in fact gave the necessary support to these terrorists who committed the acts today that they committed. And so you have to go at them at every level. Terrorists are bad guys, but let me tell you what, we've got some good guys, some really good guys in our military that can be really badasses if they have to be, and are perfectly capable of handling anything the terrorists could deal to them. As I say, you have to build support for that sort of thing. In the Gulf War, right after Saddam Hussein attacked and the Saudis gave us permission to come over there, flying squads were sent out by the president all over the Gulf, trying to line up support and make sure we had a solid coalition. And I would venture to say that exactly the same thing is going to happen to build the coalition that's necessary to take on this type threat.
General, let me ask you a final question about your opinion as an American, as a guy who grew up across the river from New York in New Jersey. Today I saw people stop their cars and get out and stare at this plume, and the fact that the World Trade Center is gone, in plain English. It's not there, it's not visible anymore. They have really affected this country. In this New York metropolitan area tonight, there is palpable sadness. There are families who are on pins and needles because loved ones are missing. And how did that strike you today?
Well, you know, I've flown into New York City many times in the last year, and of course one of the things you see immediately are the Twin Towers. It was just sort of, it was fun to see them over there, and the thought of flying back in there and having them gone is just something that's unimaginable. I would also tell you that I think about the Pentagon. I was in the Pentagon 3 different tours of duty. I know exactly where that plane went in. You know, coincidentally, right across the highway on the other side was Arlington National Cemetery, where an awful lot of our military people are laid to rest. And we still don't know how many people have been killed in the Pentagon. I don't know how many of them were my friends. So it's a combination of both of those things that just makes this a time of great sorrow, but I've got to confess, great rage also.
Understood. Everybody, I think, understands those emotions tonight. General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, thank you very much for coming on with us this evening. As we mentioned, this has affected everyone here in the New York area. Every vista that features New York in the distance is now no longer the same. And every New Yorker who was in the city today has a different story to tell. That would include our own NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson, who was nearby the World Trade Center when the first plane hit.
A direct hit that shattered New York City's confidence.
Well, as soon as the first building collapsed, everybody made a mad dash to just take cover.
And everybody just started running. I just happened to duck right into the both of it.
As soon as we got out of the train station, people were screaming and crying and yelling, and it was just total chaos. And the bottom of our building was blown out.
For me, Ground Zero, Fulton and Broadway, about 2 blocks from the World Trade Center, just as the South Tower crumbled.
Hollywood could never imagine something like this. A tidal wave of smoke and debris came roaring down Broadway. I was standing at the corner of Fulton and Broadway. I ran into a building, ran between a column and a building at 195 Broadway, and pushed my face and my body into that building. For what seemed like 5 minutes, I was pelted with all kinds of debris. I crouched down, was coughing, trying to breathe. You couldn't get any air. The air was so full of smoke and dust. When it finally settled, I stood up. My glasses were covered with dust. Hours later, I'm still covered with dust. The building that I was in front of, 195 Broadway, the doors were gated shut. They opened the doors, let us in, and inside we were finally able to breathe. It wasn't easy. My eyes were filled with dust. My mouth was filled with dust. I was choking. The people I was with were choking. It was just absolutely horrific. All I could think of was, this is war.
I just heard the rumble, and then I ran like hell, and there was a large wind coming.
Down here, panic. Survivors flee by whatever means they can, fearing more destruction at any moment.
At 10:30, I tried to leave the building, but as soon as I got outside, I heard a second explosion and another rumble and more smoke and more dust. I ran inside the buildings, the chandelier shook, and again, black smoke filled the air. Within another 5 minutes, we were covered again with more silt and more dust. And then a fire marshal came in and said we had to leave because if there was a third explosion, this building might not last.
Everyone, please clear the corner.
Palpable fear as people run through the streets, choking on dust and debris.
You gotta chase it. Come on, let's go, let's go.
We saw the building come down. We all ran, and the walkway held up to save like 40 or 50 of us that were right there. We were buried there, and then cops shot out windows in the next building. It was the only thing that was in front of us was like these 1-inch windows.
The streets of the financial district covered with debris, in some cases ankle deep. Cars on fire, cars just turned by the force of the explosions. It was like something no one had ever seen. Panic, like smoke, heads uptown. Officials ordering precautionary evacuations of some of New York City's landmarks.
This is an orderly evacuation of 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
On the street, anxious commuters trying to call home, cell phone service dead. At Grand Central Station, travelers desperate to get out of the city.
It's gonna take a long time, but you're gonna see Mama and Papa today, okay?
Outside the station, a surreal scene. People buying postcards of the Twin Towers that no longer exist. As the day wears on, witnesses who survived the attack now face a new horror, searching for missing friends and co-workers.
We can't account for all of our employees. We're just in a state of shock.
The biggest, busiest city in the world, the attack revives fears of the 1993 bombing. Suddenly, nowhere in the financial district seems safe.
Did you ever think this could happen again? No, I really didn't. I lived through the first one.
After a tragedy so great, tonight a city comes together, searching for safety and comfort.
And a lot of Americans left sad and angry tonight. And at 9:31, here are the headlines at this hour after this sad and tragic day up and down the East Coast and across this country. Bin Laden, prime suspect. That is according to several senior government sources tonight, and a full investigative effort is underway. National Security Agency, Central Intelligence Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation. There are others assisting as well. The big story in this metropolitan area tonight is that Lower Manhattan is still paralyzed. No utilities to about a 30-square block area by one report earlier tonight. No power, no water. Life will return to normal after a good long time in the city of New York, and in some areas where the Twin Towers once stood, the rescue effort has not even gotten underway because of the heat. The fires were just extinguished. It is still a mass of twisted metal. Not mentioned much during the day, the medical personnel who answered the call. Yes, all firefighters and police officers were called off. All time off was canceled. All leaves were canceled. But every doctor and nurse available in the New York metropolitan area answered the call today. NBC News correspondent Dan Abrams is in Lower Manhattan tonight with one of them. Dan, good evening.
Well, hi there, Brian. I'm joined by Dr. Philippe Rigaud, who has been literally at ground zero in front of the World Trade Center, helping to treat various victims and, as you pointed out, literally corpses. Tell me what you've been doing.
Basically waiting for anyone to treat. There hasn't been that many people. A lot of firefighters with eye problems, respiratory, so we've been managing those, but I've only seen like maybe 3 bodies, if that. You know, nothing really. They're still trying to clear the place out to dig out any possible survivors.
So you've literally been right in front of the building?
Yeah, right in front of the building.
And what is happening right now? I mean, what are people like you doing literally in front of what was
waiting to treat someone, something. You know, right now they're just putting out, there's still fires going on there. They're trying to clean up everything so we can get inside, the firefighters can get inside and bring possible survivors out. It's just a big mess down there. Rubble strewn everywhere, smoke. I'm wearing a mask, everyone's wearing masks. It's just like a big mess. I expect they should be in the buildings digging people out any moment now.
Do you get any sense that there's a rescue effort going on there? I mean, I spoke with one firefighter who said this has really turned into a recovery effort, not a rescue effort. What's the sense you get?
Well, the general sentiment amongst everyone there is just dig out what we can. Basically, they're just going to try to dig out what they can. It's like I was at another triage area and we were waiting to help people, and they said, well, was there to help? There are probably no survivors anyway. It's just like, basically, I guess the triage team is just set up to treat any firefighters who get hurt now, or any policemen that get hurt now. But in terms of, you know, actual victims in the building, I doubt it.
And the people who you've been treating, you were saying about respiratory issues, some eye issues, what kind of, who are those
like
people?
soot in the eyes and, you know, breathing problem, you know, just breathe in the soot, you know, the debris, there's like stuff flying everywhere. It's like dust circulating everywhere. It's just like a big mess down there right now.
Are there a lot of doctors who are literally waiting there for them to
All kinds of doctors down there, social workers, psychologists, anybody who works at the hospital is down there right now trying to do something.
All right, Dr. Philip Rigaud, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it. So, Brian, that's certainly the account of one doctor who has been spending a lot of time down there. And I can tell you from this vantage point right here, you can see actually behind me all these sanitation trucks literally lined up here. And actually, the line continues back beyond where our camera position is. This has been the street. Literally, this is the road to the site, the road we're on right now. There have been lines of ambulances, lines of fire trucks waiting to go. They line up and then they proceed onto the building. You can see now these sanitation trucks with major devices in the front to move debris heading out to the site. But you know, Brian, one of the things that's most striking about being right here is this is the spot where people like Dr. Rigaud and others emerge from the scene. I'm literally about a half mile from where the Twin Towers used to be. And you see these firefighters coming out of the scene, literally covered in soot. Their faces so clearly despondent about everything that they have just seen. And one firefighter said to me, look, all we're doing in there is pouring water onto rubble. He said, as I pointed out to Dr. Rigaud, this is not a recovery, this is not a rescue effort, this is a recovery effort. A lot of very despondent people, not surprisingly, emerging from the site behind me. Brian?
Dan Abrams in Lower Manhattan. Thank you for that reporting, Dan. And from Washington, we are joined tonight by our bureau chief there, the moderator of Meet the Press, Tim Russert. And Tim, let's take tonight in chronological order. First of all, on an evening when there are no party distinctions, an extraordinary gathering on the steps of the Capitol, the Democrat Republican leadership, House and Senate, followed by a kind of spontaneous singing of God Bless America. Tim, what went into this?
What a difference 24 hours can make, Brian. The rancor and partisanship over something which seems so trivial now, the so-called Social Security lockbox, really has given way to a sense of national unity that I have not seen in Washington in a long, long time. Democrats and Republicans stripped off their party labels and became true Americans tonight, saying, we support the President of the United States. We have to bring these terrorists to justice. And they were extremely enthusiastic when the President said, anyone who harbors these terrorists will pay the price as if they, in fact, had committed the act of terrorism. However, there's also a harsh reality. Earlier, we talked about returning to normal. We're going to have to return to normal over a long, long period of time by probably redefining normal, because our lives have changed forever, Brian. That's the sense in Washington and talking to a whole lot of people in all the various communities. They believe that security will be much tighter. They'll believe that our innocence of getting on an airplane and looking over the landscape of Washington has changed. They believe our children will live in a much more tightly scrutinized and more armed environment than ever before. And they believe that Americans will be at risk around the world like never before. Things have changed today for a long, long time to come.
And Tim, you put your finger on it. The bottom line, at the end of the day, we're all parents here, a lot of us, and it's just such a sad day in America. Washington, New York, and points west.
I remember vividly in 1963, the Cuban Missile Crisis, 62, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and on our knees praying for peace. And I explained this all to my son over the years and again today. But he kept pointing out to me, Dad, at Pearl Harbor, we knew it was the Japanese. The Cuban Missile Crisis, we knew it was the Soviets. We don't know who this is, but we really have to find out. He was angry. He really was angry. He wanted to pay back, as well as obviously share the remorse with all the victims and their families that he was witnessing. This is something that we're going to have to go through a catharsis in this country. We have been attacked. We have been, in a way, like never in our history. More Americans will die today, certainly in the last century, perhaps since the Civil War. It is an overwhelming, numbing experience.
And Tim, as you and I discussed, what was it, 7, 8 hours ago, when was the last time the president's location and destination on board Air Force One was undisclosed?
I do not remember. And White House aides insist that the president was taking every precaution. They did not know if there was going to be a second wave of terrorism. That's why the leaderships of Congress were put into a safe house, the First Lady and the President of the United States.
An incredible risk that this country is not used to. You brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis. There was the Kennedy assassination. There was World War II. It's a pretty short list.
It really is, Brian. And you look back upon all those various circumstances, we had a common enemy that we could unite around and against. This one's a little different. We have to be a little careful. But people I've spoken to over the last several hours are getting more and more confident that by looking at airline records, by having access to intercepts, by actually having the bodies of perhaps some of the people who were on that plane, they are going to be able relatively quickly to make some real judgments as to who is behind this. Then comes the hard part. How do you find them? How do you pay them back? How do you get them? And the president started tonight by putting on notice any country that's harboring them, look out. I have never seen such passionate resolve here in Washington amongst liberals, conservatives, Republicans, Democrats. They understand we were attacked today as a nation, our principles, our values, our way of life, and someone is going to pay the price.
And there's a side missing from the Pentagon, and parts of Manhattan look like the surface of the moon tonight because of this. And Tim Russert, thank you for summing it all up for us tonight. Our Washington Bureau Chief Moderator of Meet the Press, Tim Russert. Howard Feynman also with us tonight. And Howard, you supplied a crucial bit of reporting earlier this evening having to do with something Americans who were watching live coverage, and that's just about everybody who was home, witnessed. There was a point in the afternoon where the most senior official was kind of giving the remarks that traditionally calm the nation, government's up and functioning, everything's okay, was not an elected official at all. It was Counselor to the President, Karen Hughes. You want to get that or put it on hold? It explains a lot that you were told tonight that it was because the President was under threat and they felt they couldn't bring him out, couldn't fly with him, didn't want to come back to the city of Washington necessarily right then.
Brian, it's a chilling story. And I'm trying to get the minute by minute on it right now. By the way, right now there's a National Security Council meeting going on over at the White House. The President spoke, convened that meeting, and they're going over their options even as we speak, is my understanding. But earlier today, there were, in the words of top White House officials, serious, credible threats against the President of the United States that caused the Secret Service to argue very forcefully and for many hours successfully that the President needed to be in the air under air cover from F-16s and F-15s as the safest place to be. That is a very chilling and in many ways a very sad turn of events, Brian, when the President of the United States has to be on the run in the air because of what the Secret Service said were serious, credible threats. My understanding is that the President himself very soon decided that he'd had enough of that and wanted to get back to Washington. But there were meetings, secure meetings that had to be conducted. The nearest possible place to do it was in Omaha, and that's why they ended up in Omaha. And the President didn't get back here till almost 7 o'clock this evening. My understanding is didn't speak to his wife, Laura Bush, who was quickly secured along with the daughters. He didn't talk to Laura until about, I think, about 5 o'clock Eastern Time. This was a day of near chaos in America, but one that I think is ending with a sense of control and focus that the President gave in his 5-minute address. But it was one heck of a day going from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska to the White House, which is where he is at this very minute.
And Howard, I'm thinking of what the President had dumped on him today, what he was dealing with aloft on the phone through faxes. Was there, I wonder, was there thought of giving Cheney a public role in Washington?
Well, the president said many times whenever he appeared in public, Brian, that he had spoken repeatedly, regularly, I think was the word he used, with the vice president. That's a measure of the respect that both he and the country have for the vice president, who has lots of experience, especially in this kind of military and diplomatic situation. So he was on the phone constantly with the vice president, with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, talking constantly with Condi Rice, talking with his advisors on the plane. Yes, this was dumped in his lap, but we pay the president to have the most unimaginable circumstances dumped in their lap.
Right.
He is, after all, the commander-in-chief and leader of the free world.
A man who wanted the job, and boy, tonight does he have the job. Howard Feynman of Newsweek Magazine, NBC News, go ahead and return that call. Thank you for, for coming on again. Around the country tonight, the simple motto is, nobody moves. The FAA has a term for what's happening tonight. It's called a ground stop. It's a polite term for no takeoffs or landings. Commercial air travel is frozen in this country. It's never happened in the history of the United States. That is not the only manifestation of what happened here on the East Coast today, as NBC News national correspondent Jim Avila reports.
The nation's landmarks, America's gathering spots, today abandoned as potential terrorist targets, from the Seattle Space Needle and LA City Hall in the west, to Disney World in the southeast, to the world's biggest shopping mall, the Mall of America in Minneapolis, closed. And of course, at the country's tallest building, Sears Tower, and Michigan Avenue in the Midwest, the symbols of American life frozen in fear.
It's scary. Your family's away from home, your kids at school, so it's very scary.
America hunkered down. Chicago's financial district virtually empty. Every sworn police officer in the third largest city ordered to the streets. The nation's workforce turning around and heading home. Larry Hudson works at the Sears Tower.
And I got to the elevator and I said, hey, what am I going up for?
Kelly and David McLean split up to go to work this morning and quickly decided home in front of the television set was the safest spot today.
Now this nation has turned, I mean, it's turned upside down. Emotionally, perhaps financially, who knows? It's absolutely, it's one of those moments that you can't believe you actually saw played out.
At America's 5,000 airports, total shutdown.
Ground stop for all airports until 1 o'clock. That means that no airplanes will be leaving any of the airports in the United States.
An estimated 200,000 passengers stranded. At O'Hare, world's busiest, a line of jets held on the runway for hours. No open gates, but surprisingly few complaints.
Being upset about missing the right plane, that's trivial compared to people that were on the plane and in the buildings.
Military planes like this one in San Francisco escorting the last of the commercial jetliners safely to the ground. But a crippled air travel system is more than inconvenience. Aviation expert Mike Boyd.
Air transportation is part of our communication system. Today, it's shut down entirely. People aren't moving A to B. Goods aren't moving. Mail isn't moving. And because of that, we're probably going to have a tens of billions of dollar hit on our economy for this quarter.
Phone service strangled too. America's largest cell phone network, with cell towers atop the World Trade Center destroyed, reports call volume nationally doubled.
We can't compare today's events to anything that we've experienced before. We've withstood earthquakes, hurricanes, significant floods, but nothing like today's event.
Get the trail extra right here.
In Chicago, 800 miles from the attacks, Karen Davis frustrated in her attempt to work at home.
I could not get a signal on my way home, and then I couldn't get a signal on my home phone when I got here. Just really frustrating not to be able to get in contact with anybody.
Among the events canceled tonight, Major League Baseball postponing games from coast to coast. NBC's Tonight Show called off, and the Emmys, scheduled for Sunday, canceled too.
We all could see the gravity of the situation and realize this is a true national nightmare come true, and that a celebration and a comedy show would just not be something that would be appropriate for this country this weekend.
We cannot let it happen again.
Most of the nation's schools stayed open through the tragic day, students watching terrorism on their own shores for the first time.
And I just was asking myself over and over why they did this.
Teachers trying to make sense of it.
There are other places in the world where this is commonplace. And for us, it's a first.
At this hospital in suburban Chicago, Americans responding by lining up to donate blood. Midday church services more crowded than normal.
I guess I'm just looking for a peace in my heart and for peace in other people's hearts and from all the destruction.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
At SMU in Dallas, older students sing the national anthem at an outdoor rally, mixing tears and patriotism. Experts say Americans should expect a jump in the national anxiety level.
They may be irritable, they may be really very acutely aware of their environment around them and any kind of threats to them.
And there is another awful part of this story tonight. Sometimes these things happen in a crisis. Gas price gouging. Dateline New York, Associated Press. Anxious consumers in various parts of the country lined up for an hour or more to fuel up on gasoline costing as much as $5 a gallon, amid fears supplies would be disrupted following Tuesday's terrorist attacks. And no reason to believe supplies will be disrupted, in fact, but travel sure has been. And along those lines, we are joined by the Today Show travel editor, Peter Greenberg. Peter, it is incredible, and I don't know how to first approach this conversation. Let's start with the security angle. All of the things people are stopped for at X-ray every day, and then somehow 4 men have hijacked and crashed 4 commercial jets.
You're right, Brian. Security is definitely on the table now. It's going to be the big issue because it's the question that has to be asked. How did this happen? How did they penetrate security to get on the plane with whatever weapons they had? And what the FBI is looking at right now is not an external threat. It may be one that's internal. They're checking the records of the people who cater the planes and also the cleaners, because if you look very carefully at the planes and the flight numbers that the people picked, let's take a look at that. They picked transcon flights that were the first flights of the day out of their respective airports. That means that those planes overnighted at those airports last night. Who had access to those planes between 5 and 9 hours last night? The cleaning crews. So you can bet that the FBI right now is looking very closely at the subcontractors who were hired to clean the planes and who works for them. And the question that then has to be asked is, did they have to pass a security clearance? And that's a question that right now has not yet been answered.
Also, Peter, another way this is so sick is the use of commercial aircraft as flying bombs. You mentioned these are all transcontinental flights. That means they are loaded with tens of thousands of pounds worth of fuel. That means that when a commercial flight flies through the city of New York or near the Pentagon, which is adjacent to National Airport, it's not the same, it's not as menacing as the sight of, say, a military aircraft.
That's right. If you take a look at the approach patterns of both LaGuardia and Kennedy, especially LaGuardia, it comes right up the East River, right past the World Trade Towers. At Washington National or Reagan National, every pilot taking off is required to make an immediate right turn. And you know why, Brian, because if they don't, they're flying directly at the White House. So we may see the FAA issue some very new rules about exactly what now constitutes basically an approvable approach now.
Peter, tonight, travelers across the country have very little choice amid all this sadness. There's the very real issue people are dealing with, and that is they are just held in place, this FAA term, a ground stop, a first in the nation's history.
It is the first, and by the way, I should caution everybody that the FAA announced when they did this that they would be reviewing this at noon tomorrow. They didn't necessarily say they're going to release it at noon tomorrow, and even if they did, remember, airlines operate because they have airplanes where they need to have them. They're not there tonight. A lot of planes were diverted to airports that some of these airlines don't even fly to. They've got to get those planes back. So it may take 2 to 3 to 4 days, even if they, release the hold tomorrow, for everybody to get back on track.
Peter, it's, again, amid this sadness, I feel I have to issue that caveat with each question because that is the story in chief that we're dealing with. But we should talk about this coming when the nation can scarcely afford any further negative economic impact. What will this do to the national economy? I just read that item about gasoline price gouging. That's pretty disgusting. What will this do, this stoppage of transportation?
Well, it's interesting. It's somewhat ironic in a way. It was quite thankful, and when you think about it, that all 4 of those planes today were less than half full. It was a statement of our economy to begin with. So it could even get worse. We're going to have to wait and see, because as one of your guests already said, this nation depends on our air traffic system. It's our economy. It's our communication system. So to a certain extent, we've got to get back up and running.
All of the pilots, you name it, you name an aspect of the flying business, everyone is idle. Shipping, goods, services. How about overnight shipping, something people have now come to depend on as a public utility?
That's right. When you ground all commercial flights, that includes UPS and FedEx. So this, I would hesitate to think that the FAA would keep this ground hold for much longer. The economic impact is too great. But what I will say is we're going to see the nature of security when it comes to air travel change forever. You may remember, Brian, that in 1991, during the Gulf War, they started a new perimeter security situation at most airports where you could only get to the airport if you were a ticketed passenger. No more meters and greeters. That was just to get to the airport, let alone the terminal.
And that will now change. Peter Greenberg, thank you very much for coming on, as always. Let's go right now to the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, his second live press briefing of the day.
We can to support the efforts of the people who are trying to recover people from the debris and the horror that's taken place down there. The number to call if you have questions. I'm not sure we can answer all of your questions, but at least we can try to answer it, is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. If you have questions throughout the night and tomorrow, that's the number to call rather than 911, which you should just call if there is an emergency. We had over 1,100 emergency room visits today that we know of. So far, we have 6 fatalities that we know of, 5 at St. Vincent's. Obviously and tragically, there are going to be a lot more than that, but that's what we know of at this point. We had over 300 patients that were treated at St. Vincent's, over 160 at Bellevue, 250 at Beekman Downtown Hospital. And the hospital, these hospitals were probably the ones under the most stress, but they were able to get through. I want to thank all of the people that helped St. Vincent's getting the water that they needed and the support that they needed. Also, I'd like to say to people that might consider doing this that services should be made available in New York City tomorrow on a fair and equitable basis. Anybody that thinks that they're going to gouge consumers or ask for extra amounts of money for food or anything else, we're going to have the police and the Consumer Affairs Department out there. So just be careful. This is a time in which we all have to cooperate and help each other. Alternate side street parking is suspended. Sanitation services will take place in most of the city, except obviously in the lower part of Manhattan, where the sanitation department will be working to remove debris, which has already started. And the schools, again, will be closed tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get them open as soon as possible. Tomorrow the effort will be at trying to recover as many people as possible and trying to clean up the horrible mess that was created by all of this. And I would ask people to cooperate as much as possible in that effort. If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that. Yeah, the point that Richie Shearer makes is people are wonderful, and I mean this in the best sense of the word. We've had thousands and thousands of people that have come to help us. When I was down at the site near the World Trade Center, I met a lot of the National Guard's people that the governor has sent, really wonderful young men and women. We have enough volunteers now. We have more volunteers, frankly, than we need at this point. And what we need to do is to focus the efforts of the professionals that are there in being able to do the recovery and try to save as many lives as we can and restore services as quickly as possible. We may be asking for more volunteers tomorrow and the next day and the day after, but right now we don't need any more volunteers.
Mr. Mayor, is there still hope that there are people who are
Yes.
still alive and well?
Yes, there's hope. There's hope that there are people that are still alive.
How is the rescue effort hampered by the darkness? What do you do?
We moved a lot of lights in so that the area is being lit now, so that I don't think the rescue effort is going to be hampered by the darkness. The rescue effort is hampered by the fact that there's still fire there. There is still unsound.
Mayor Giuliani in the city of New York tonight, crippled as you watch our continuing live NBC News coverage of this attack today on targets in and the people of the United States.
Today we've had a national tragedy.
I've never seen anything like it. It literally blew itself into World Trade Center.
Just a short time ago, saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the Pentagon.
I was in the building because I was driving a friend. So I'm worried for her safety.
The World Trade Center is no more.
Our coverage continues tonight. There you see Lower Manhattan, absent the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. The side streets lit only by the searchlights, assisting in the search and rescue operation tonight. The dust, the plume of smoke and debris still visible in the skies over Lower Manhattan. Here is the very latest. Thousands are feared dead in today's attacks. The destruction of the World Trade Center, the attack on the Pentagon. 266 people were aboard the aircraft alone that were down today. Death toll too high to calculate so far. Doctors are still needed in the city of New York. An all call has gone out. Phone numbers have been posted. Local news will be carrying them tonight for all physicians, health professionals, nurses who are available. The president tonight said not only will justice be done, quote, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. It's that one sentence in his 5 or so minute speech that has received so much of the attention tonight. And as we learned and warned throughout the day as our live coverage continued, people were girding those who were not immediately worried about loved ones in these attacks, girding for perhaps prominent Americans who were on either the aircraft or killed in the Trade Center or on the ground at the Pentagon. The NBC television community saddened this evening with word from the Associated Press that among the passengers on American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to LAX, was David Angle, age 54, Pasadena, California, executive producer of NBC's hit series Frasier. Also, we learned earlier today that television legal commentator Barbara Olson was on the American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. Neither flight, of course, arrived at the destination. Both were used in this attack today. Barbara Olson also is the wife of Ted Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. She became certainly well known during the impeachment fracas in this country and was a frequent guest on our evening newscast and other networks. So many people across this country on this wrenchingly sad day dealing with their own family and personal tragedies tonight. The scene where so much of it is unraveling is in Lower Manhattan. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson was there, not far from where the initial plane came into the first tower, and is with us tonight with one of the rescue workers. Ann?
Brian, I am here with Sergeant Ralph Lowe. Normally he works narcotics. Tonight he is working rescue. Sergeant Lowe, you've spent the last 11 hours back there, down there. Within 15 minutes you just walked out. Can you tell us what's going down, what's happening at the scene?
Right now they're just
coordinating the rescue effort. They're trying to get all the people, whoever's still left alive out there.
Are they finding anyone alive?
Yes, they just, as far as I know, they just found a couple of police officers unconscious at the base of what used to be the towers.
What about the dead? I understand they've set up a temporary morgue down there.
Yes, down at Vesey and West Street, they have a temporary morgue, and they're, you know, reclaiming as many bodies as they can out on the perimeter.
Talking to some of the people who've come out tonight, they said one of the problems has been is that the fires continue to burn and they've had trouble trying to get in there to do any kind of rescue effort. What have you seen? Do they have those fires under control now?
I think now the fire department has them under control or out at this time, but it's still red hot, and that's hampering the rescue effort.
Is it organized down there? Is it a sense of chaos? Because I understand that there have been a lot of firefighters lost tonight, so the losses are it's not only the magnitude, but they're also personal.
Yes, everybody's deeply upset. It's a horrific thing. But we were down earlier, down with the firemen, down at the scene when the building 7 collapsed, and you know, they're just trying to, you know, pour water on it and put it out from a distance. But now they're trying to get in there and see if anybody's left alive in the rubble.
Mm-hmm. Your thoughts as you walked out tonight?
I tell you, I don't even know what to say. Just pray for the families, and there's thousands of people dead. It's horrific.
Sergeant Ralph Lowe, thank you very much. You've been very patient. Thank you. Brian, throughout the night, we have seen ambulances from as far away as Passaic County, New Jersey, fire trucks and ambulances from Norwalk, Connecticut, from the far reaches of Long Island come down here to try to go in there and to try to do any kind of rescue effort. Throughout the night, we have also seen trucks with lights, big lights, to light up the area so they can continue to work through the night. We've also seen busloads of more New York firefighters go through, but they have suffered a tremendous loss tonight. As you know, one estimate, 200 firefighters died today, 200 firefighters from New York City. One of them, their fire chaplain, a Franciscan priest who worked in the area, who presided over many funerals of firefighters killed in action. Now his fellow priests are considering tonight how they will lay him to rest. Brian?
Ann Thompson, thank you. Much of that apparatus appears like it's coming off the surface of the moon. It is an incredible backdrop there in Lower Manhattan. Tonight, Ann was there throughout the day. We mentioned she was in the area for the initial crash, as was our good friend and CNBC anchor Ron Insana, who was interviewed today immediately following the blast and stayed with the story. And Ron, let's begin with that and your story before we get anywhere near the actual business of the markets, which you usually cover. And we'll start with that. How are you, buddy?
Well, fortunately, I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking, Brian. It was a harrowing experience. I was actually en route to the Trade Center after having learned about the planes flying into the two buildings. I was at a business breakfast in Midtown Manhattan, and I got down there, I would say, probably in the neighborhood of 9:30 or so. Actually met up with an MSNBC cameraman on the street, and we were attempting to work our way from the east side of the World Trade Center to the west side, where we knew some colleagues and trucks and correspondents would be stationed. And as we moved toward the building, and I suspect we were within, I would imagine, 1.5 to 2 blocks of the Trade Center to the east and 1 or 2 blocks south, we looked up and the big building began to blow out from the top. And we turned and ran as the debris began falling, Brian. And John, the cameraman from NBC, who went straight down the street. I made a right, hoping that this cloud that was following us down the street would be stopped by the buildings that would be adjacent to me. That was not the case. It was a scene out of Independence Day where these huge black clouds filled the streets until the air around me was totally black. I ducked behind a car, and as the debris continued to fall, reached up to see if the car was unlocked. It was, and I got in. I could not see outside the car for several minutes. As small amounts of light began to work through the blackness, I made it into a building that was in front of the car, where there were a couple of policemen and some others who either worked there or were taking refuge there. And we eventually made our way to a police truck and began the trek back to Midtown Manhattan.
And Ron, you became one of the many stories walking around the city, and unlike most people who had cell phones that were useless, were looking for a phone, at least your wife Melinda could see you on television to know you were okay. A lot of people didn't have that luxury.
I did manage to get a hold of her on the telephone phone as I was working my way up Midtown. Once I got out of the police truck at about 34th Street and 2nd Avenue, there was a moment where I was able to make a successful phone call. Now, my family back in Los Angeles learned of my predicament after 3 hours of wondering as I got on the set with Tom Brokaw and Matt Lauer and Katie Couric. Fortunately, they realized I was all right, despite the concern over my appearance at the time, where I was covered completely in debris.
You and everybody else down
Absolutely.
in Lower Manhattan. Now, Ron, let's talk about the business side. Markets closed tomorrow. Banks open. Things like ATMs, infrastructure, everything else up and running?
As far as we know, I mean, certainly in the surrounding area, that is not the case. What was hit today, and we talked about this earlier, Tim Russert was talking about how this attack was designed to have maximum impact, both in terms of the political consequences and in terms of loss of life, which is the greatest tragedy of all. It was also designed to have an immense financial impact, at least in the short run. The World Trade Center is, in many ways, the nerve center of the financial community in Lower Manhattan. There are brokerage firms, Morgan Stanley, the biggest tenant in the two buildings. There are other smaller brokerage firms. There was one exchange which trades gold and silver, traded gold and silver, also housed there. And so many other Wall Street processes are taken care of in the World Trade Center and also in 7 World Trade Center, where, of course, some regulatory staff were housed as well. Those people mercifully are safe, but the building is gone. So the question about how trades settle and are cleared, questions about financial transactions and the wiring of money are still open. The U.S. government is suggesting that the settlement process or the mechanics of the market will work fine. The Federal Reserve saying it will provide enough money to keep the system stable. All that being said, today, we should point out, though, overseas markets are down rather hard, Brian. At one time, the Nikkei in Japan was down in excess of 6%, falling below the level of the Dow this evening for the first time since 1957. So we see at the moment about 6% losses throughout Asia, from Shanghai to Tokyo to Sydney, Australia.
And Ron, as we're going to look at some videotape of your travails earlier today, I have to ask you, there must be concern about members of the financial community that people may know are missing. I mean, our family knows of 2 people who haven't checked in, and there's great worry tonight if you're a New Yorker and have any ties at all to folks who work down there.
Absolutely, Brian. And you know, all of us at CNBC, I mean, first off, you know, extend our heartfelt sympathies to the victims' families. We know that we've lost friends. We just don't know who. It is impossible to ascertain that information right now. These are 2 buildings that housed upwards of 20,000 people at well-known firms, like I said, Morgan Stanley, Cantor Fitzgerald. Lehman Brothers had 2 floors of the World Trade Center. We all know folks who work in all those institutions, and as I said, we don't know what the damage is, who the fatalities are, but it is for an environment that we've become so accustomed to seeing day in and day out, to driving by the World Trade Center, it is unthinkable that area, which has become an integral part of my life, is no longer there.
And Ron, we're glad you're okay.
Thank you.
On this side of it, and thank you very much for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Brian.
So much of this conversation today has centered around what happened, what broke down in the security blanket that surrounds or is supposed to surround air travel in this country. What happened that led to the hijacking of 4 commercial aircraft, saying nothing of the crash of all of them, their use as flying bombs loaded with fuel prior to transcontinental flights, using all those lives on board as kind of flying human weapons? We have invited Mary Schiavo on tonight, former Inspector General of the Department of Transportation. She's been with us many times before, author of Flying Blind, Flying Safe, and a frequent critic of safety guidelines in the flying business. And Mary, simple question, how could this have happened?
Well, actually, the way that it probably happened and how could have it happened has been laid out many times in the past decade of history. The inadequacies have been warned to the government. When I was Inspector General, we did 2 major investigations. It has been repeated since then, and these weaknesses were known, but it was considered to be an acceptable risk to the government. The government believed it would be too expensive to close these loopholes, and because there had not previously been a domestic terrorist attack on aviation facilities, they considered the risk very low. So they knew about the risk and they accepted the risk, and it was a very, very grievous error.
How does life change in this country now, Mary? And I'm thinking specifically of, let's pick a holiday, the millions of Americans who are going to have their next flight over the Thanksgiving break.
Well, flight in America has to change because remember, for 10 years we treated domestic flights very differently from international flights on the false assumption that they were not at risk. That was not true. There were many, many warnings to the government. So now we're going to have to treat domestic flights like international flights, meaning that everyone will have to be more closely screened. But more importantly, no longer will we just look at passengers as terrorists or potential criminal threats. Now it's more likely the passengers will be looking at the airport and airline personnel and other passengers and people within the airport as a threat. So we will expect full field background investigations of all people working in secure positions. We will expect to know who our screeners are. In many cases, not only they're not citizens, they can be foreign guest workers, etc. We'll want to know who's doing our screening and who works at the airport. And by the way, it does not have to shut down the system. We will have to make a major investment, though, to keep the system working.
Every day, just to live in this country, we take on a certain amount of risk. It's often said that once you finish your drive to work, the most dangerous part of your day is over, and it's nothing compared to the chances of being killed in air travel. What's the chance that Americans decide they're only going to put up with so many inconveniences to travel by air, and that they decide how much is too much?
Well, this event has changed probably everyone's mind. 4 flights, you know, on a nice clear day, seemingly not really at random, but it could have been anyone. I think this is America's line in the sand. We have tolerated so much from our government, really, you know, complacency, saying it's not a threat, and now it's here, and this will be the event that requires that. I'm not saying it will be cheap, and it certainly won't be easy, but we literally will have to have full screening of all airport personnel and very close scrutiny, because I've actually heard people say, and it's just outrageous, and they don't belong in any leadership positions, but they have actually said that, well, you know, we can't defend against this kind of attack. We have to, literally, in bringing down aviation. They have brought down the ability of the country to do business. Witness, the only thing we could do, because we have no idea of the threat out there, is to shut our aviation system. We can't do business that way, so we must fix it, and those that say we can't don't belong in government.
Mary Schiavo, thank you for coming on with us tonight, being with us for your opinions following this disastrous day for air travel in this country. We are trying to, as news organizations, exercise caution and show some judgment. After all, perhaps you remember the initial hours after the Oklahoma City bombing, when some news organizations all but blamed Arab groups, only to find out they were horribly wrong. But we have learned from senior American officials speaking on background that at the top of the list of suspects in today's attacks on U.S. targets is Osama bin Laden, the world's best-known Islamic extremist. And on almost everyone's list for likely suspect, that one name keeps appearing over and over. NBC News correspondent Keith Miller has more from London.
Osama bin Laden was last seen publicly this January at his son's wedding in Afghanistan. Rare pictures of a man who reportedly travels only at night, often in disguise, surrounded by bodyguards. He made his reputation in the 1980s, fighting the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan.
He was involved in some horrific battles, which he said later gave him a sort of tranquility and a sense of peace. And it basically made him a pretty fearless guy.
Today, the Central Intelligence Agency calls him the most immediate and serious threat to U.S. security. Bin Laden says the jihad against the United States and killing of Americans is the core of his faith. He was born into a family of wealth, power, and privilege in Saudi Arabia 44 years ago. It was during his days as a student studying economics that he turned to radical Islam. He is linked to a series of global terrorist attacks. February 1993, the bombing of the World Trade Center in New York, 6 dead, more than 1,000 injured. August 7, 1998, the simultaneous U.S. embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, more than 200 killed. And last year, the suicide bomb attack on the USS Cole, resulting in the death of 17 American servicemen.
He alone, probably within the Islamic world, has amassed and developed a terrorist network, an international network, which would be capable of carrying out such an atrocity.
After the embassy bombing, the American government retaliated with missile strikes. The missiles damaged bin Laden's headquarters in Afghanistan, but he escaped unharmed. The U.S. has demanded that the radical Islamic government in Afghanistan hand bin Laden over to American authorities. But the Afghans have refused, despite bin Laden's declaration that all U.S. citizens are legitimate targets.
He's targeted the US because he sees America as the head of the snake, as he calls it. The body of the snake is the corrupt governments in the Middle East that he has promised to overthrow, and also Israel.
Meanwhile, his popularity in the region is reportedly increasing. Recently, an estimated 25,000 followers scattered around the world and prepared to engage in a holy war against America.
Keith Miller with that late report filed out of London for us tonight. As we continue to talk about what is ahead of investigators, there is a report tonight out of New York that there are signs of life in the rubble. That is, of course, what everyone has to join together and hope for, everyone who has been through this tragic and horrifically sad day of attacks in 2 different cities using a total of 4 hijacked commercial aircraft as almost flying bombs. Our next guest, Rick Hahn, was among the lead FBI investigators at 2 separate incidents that changed this country forever, Oklahoma City and the first World Trade Center bombing. Mr. Hahn, welcome. Good evening to you. It's been theorized that perhaps this investigation, because it's so, the plot was so elaborate, timed out, involving so many aircraft, perhaps that'll make it easier to find footprints of who's behind it. Do you concur with that?
I certainly do, Brian. I think that that's the fact that it was as complex as it was would indicate that a great number of people were involved, obviously besides the individuals on board the aircraft. Those people had to communicate with the people that harbored them, the people that got them into the country, that coordinated the access to the aircraft. And all that communication hopefully will have been captured by our intelligence sources and lead us to the perpetrators of this grotesque act.
In each of the cases where an aircraft went down, all the crashes are horrible, and they ended up in a ball of flames. We're going to assume that the black boxes, as they seem to in most cases, survived. Won't they alone give us some evidence, cockpit voices, orders being called out, that kind of thing?
Well, we certainly hope so. Obviously, some of the people that were involved in these things were familiar with the aircraft. However, there's no way for the perpetrators to turn off those cockpit or data recorders. In addition to that, of course, you're going to have the records from the airport itself, the ticket sales, and who actually boarded the aircraft.
We had a travel expert on earlier who theorized these were all, we seem to know that they were all transcontinental flights. That means they were all loaded with fuel. He said, notably, they were all the first flights of the day on their routes, which meant to him that they all overnighted at the airport of origin. None of these flights was a quick turnaround from any other city. That further meant to him that perhaps cleaning, catering people, ground personnel should be given a special look.
Absolutely. That obviously getting the weapons that were described in a little bit of intelligence that we do have on board the aircraft could easily have been gotten on, and more easily, certainly, by someone that had access to that aircraft during the night.
I know this emotion isn't supposed to come into the investigating game. You've got a country of Americans today that is walking around understandably very angry. And we've said several times today, in World War II, people dealt with their anger by signing up to go fight. Everybody did. This case is different. How do you think it'll manifest itself?
Well, the anger, unfortunately, I think will go on for quite some time, in part because the process of bringing the bodies out of the World Trade Center debris is going to take probably weeks. That anger will hopefully be prevailed over by cooler heads. As somebody pointed out, Oklahoma City initially was thought to be an act by foreign government, perhaps, or foreign terrorists, when in fact it was homegrown domestic terrorism. It's just something that our country is going to have to work through. I think that it'll also perhaps galvanize us to resolve to solve these problems in a measured kind of a way.
I guess hearing you say it's the first time I've reflected all day that it might indeed, and of course it makes sense that it could perhaps take weeks to get those bodies out, and that's going to be a horrible, horrible process for Americans to kind of know is going on the whole time. That's rough.
And it will be. Probably on the good side of that is that unlike a car bomb or a truck bomb like Oklahoma City or the prior event at the World Trade Center, we probably will not be so concerned with physical evidence as we were in those processes because we pretty much know what the bomb was. It was the aircraft itself. That gives the search and rescue people a lot more latitude to be able to process the scene for search and rescue without having to consider the law enforcement forensic aspects of things.
Rick, the selection of targets, the Pentagon, someone earlier today called it the ultimate in-your-face target. Well, I suppose, God forbid, the White House or the Capitol would have been more of one, but they did strike at the center of the Department of Defense. Not only that, they flew a commercial airliner into it. The World Trade Center, the target they couldn't destroy before, that was kind of rubbed in terrorist noses during the trial. Both were hit today, one of them destroyed. What do you make of the target selection here?
Oh, clearly sending a message that they're out to destroy America. Regardless of who the terrorists are here, the message was that we will hit you at your at the symbols of America. Also, the fact that the plane that went down in Pittsburgh was somewhere near Camp David, I find kind of an anachronism. I think that I've never seen a picture of Camp David from the air, so I doubt that that was really the target there.
Right. Someone said that if you look at the Flight Explorer software of that flight path and kind of take it to its logical conclusion, that it's easy to believe that it was kind of the fourth and final leg that it was meant to be, and especially since it was a big jet, it was meant to be the jet that destroyed a coveted landmark in Washington.
Right. I think that's probably accurate.
I want to thank you for coming on tonight after this long day. Rick Hahn, former FBI official and investigator on so many of the crises the FBI has been forced into investigating over the years. Thank you very much for joining us from Los Angeles.
You're welcome, Brian. If I could add one comment, and that is that with all the comparisons to Japan or the Pearl Harbor event, I think that the perpetrators of this event will find, as the Japanese did, that they have awakened a sleeping giant.
All right. Thank you very much. The quote that became famous back then in 1941. We heard it one other time earlier today. Rick Hahn, thank you for that. We're joined once again in Washington by Chris Matthews. Chris, it's been a while since we talked after the president spoke.
Right.
Washington is a very much a company town, as you know, kind of early to bed, early to rise. A magazine once called it the city of earnest former student council presidents, and it is. It's a good town, and the people there must be shaken tonight. The Department of Defense has been hit directly.
Well, you know, the normal experience for disruption in Washington is a mild snowfall. And you know that, having worked here, that it's kind of a joke because the mildest snowfall shuts down everything. Well, this time it was very different. So many federal employees were just sent home. Schools were closed. The Capitol was closed. All the offices were closed. The White House was closed. People were sent out into the streets and told to go home, and some of them wandered over to Georgetown just to sort of stay in town and wait till the end of the day, perhaps, without any clear purpose. It was really a town, not in chaos, obviously, but a town in a daze. I think you got it right from up there.
Chris, what about the presidency and a crisis? Many presidents, and I think more often than not, have risen to the challenges that have come along during their administrations. But as we mentioned earlier, there's no playbook for this one. There's no case law that George W. Bush can go by. This is unique.
And it's not Oklahoma City.
Right.
Oklahoma City was a particular problem, a homegrown problem of strong anger from the far right, you might say, against the federal government. And people understood that. That was our own problem, and there were some bad people involved, and they were punished. And we had a lot of tears over it, and a lot of dead people, obviously, and a lot of almost celebration of our country because of how much we withstood it. But this is a foreign threat. These are people who don't like America, who are out to get us. They didn't go after the government especially. They did go after the Pentagon, but they went after a trade center with lots of people working in it, regular people. They killed a lot of people on airplanes, regular people. They wanted to kill Americans. And I think that's an interesting thing for us in our history, this hatred of America. I think with the Twin Towers going down today, so did, you could say, a pair of vanities we've had about ourselves. One is the obvious one, security, that we're the superpower of the world, therefore we're secure. We're not, and we know that now. The other was the vanity of popularity. I think Americans have a hard time realizing that there are people in the world who we give no thought to whatever, who give a lot of thought to us and really, really don't like us. And of course, we know a lot of those people live in the Mideast. They're Islamic fundamentalists. They have very strong attitudes about Western influence and our support for Israel. And they really don't like us. And they don't like us as people. And I think there are a lot of smiles over there on the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip today, and we saw those on television. They're pretty frightening to realize that people really do wish you harm and celebrate this horrible demise that people experience today. People in those airplanes scared for their lives. A lot of us are scared flying a plane anytime, knowing that plane was going into that building and experiencing the hell of your final moments. And those people who perpetrated this knew what they were going to do. They knew what those people were going to have to go through, and they did it on purpose. There's a lot of hatred there, and I think that's our vanity, that we think everybody likes us. If you buy somebody a candy bar, they're going to like you, like a serviceman after World War II. Those days are over. The Islamic world especially, the fundamentalist Islamic world, doesn't like our Western influence, our jeans, our women wearing jeans, our music, our drugs, our attitudes. And I think we're seeing some of that hell today.
And now, Chris, it gets mixed up because retribution and retaliation comes into the equation. And we are dealing with, well, we know how these people operate now. We saw their calling card today.
But Israel, a country very much like our own, even though it's a small country, it's a modern country. And they've been trying for the several weeks now, well, months now of intifada, the new intifada, trying to deal with this kind of terrorism where you have a person who's committed so much to their religion and to their deliverance that they're willing to die on purpose if they can kill 15 or so Israelis. We saw that today. People willing to die, as it was pointed out in the program. And how do you deal with that? If a person says, I'm willing to give my life, and I'll do the following, and I'll train, and I'll plan, and I'll do the logistics work, just so I can kill a lot of people when I go. Israel doesn't know what to do with that. A very strong man like Ariel Sharon doesn't know what to do. The Mossad, probably the greatest spy agency in the world, doesn't know what to do. They're just retaliating. The trouble with retaliation is you play into the enemy's hands. You radicalize your enemies. You don't just go back and kill the people that killed you. You kill other people, creating more and more feuds, more and more antipathy toward you as Americans because of what you just did. And so in a way, retaliation is part of the terrorism.
Chris Matthews from Washington will continue to call on you for your expertise and opinions. Thank you for that, Chris.
Thank you, Brian.
It is 10:32 here in the East. Here is a look at some of the headlines at this hour. Financial markets will be closed tomorrow. Foreign markets are shaken up. Oil prices are up in some places. There was even some gasoline gouging in this country reported today in the wake of these attacks today. Mayor Giuliani here in the New York area says there are survivors in the wreckage. No shortage of rescue effort or personnel, and the stories of heroism are just now starting to come out. But we should all keep in mind that among those in the potential death toll may be 200 New York City firefighters. At least one entire company of firefighters is missing tonight, along with a goodly number of police officers. A story tonight off the AP wire that Kmart is temporarily removing ammunition and firearms from its 2,100 stores nationwide. While some will fail to see the connection to this attack today, they say it's for the safety of their customers and associates is their first priority. So they have released a statement tonight. Ashley Banfield is in Lower Manhattan, where she has been all day long covering this, having been covered the blast since early this morning when the first aircraft hit the World Trade Center. Ashley, what do you have?
Well, as you were just mentioning those statistics, it was somewhat prescient that you were coming to me at that time, Brian, when you said 200 firefighters now likely to have died. We're at least happy to see the faces of some of them who are coming out of this work after 12 hours of trying to search through rubble, search for survivors, and put out fires. Lieutenant Pat Clancy is standing with me right now. Pat, if you just come over for a second. Pat's been on the scene for 12 hours. He's just come out. You and your two colleagues hadn't even been able to call your wives until you reached us here at NBC. We called your wives, said you were okay. You've been there since the beginning. Tell me what happened when you first got on scene.
Well, we're numb. We're just numb. The people I came with went almost to we went to the command post, and we went where one of the towers was, and there was nothing there. We figured there'd be bodies all over, but there was nothing. And maybe 2 or 3 stories worth of rubble. There's no words to describe it. We were thinking of movies, books, wars, but there's nothing that we could say. It's going to take a long time to figure it all out.
When you were the first to get on that mound of rubble to search for survivors, anything you could find, what was the most bizarre thing that struck you? That there weren't bodies, or that there was carnage?
Well, we had figured that we'd be seeing people strewn, and we were thinking of we knew there were firefighters there, so that's what was our mission, was to search for firefighters and civilians. And one of the surprising things was that they're buried under 200 stories of building.
You told me earlier that you actually know of some of the deceased firefighters. A chief you mentioned. What else was on the list? What have you been told?
I know some firefighters that they had brothers that were in there, and they know that they're in there.
A number of inspectors, possibly as well.
Chiefs. We have staff chiefs, people that have been in 30 years of fires, and they were there, and there's no word of them coming out.
Tell me about the story that you heard from the police officer. You'd heard on the radio there was actually a success story, 2 police officers found alive.
We were able to flag a car, and the car took us up to here, a police officer, and he saw the second plane go into the building. He told us out of a couple hundred possible police fatalities that two police officers were pulled out alive.
This is all within the last 45 minutes?
Yes.
Do you know of any other survivors? Did you see any survivors?
Nothing. There's nothing but right now the big thing is to get large cranes and try to take some of the debris out, and piece by piece try to look for any bodies. That's about it.
Did you hear any sounds, anything from down below the rubble?
We called out, we listened, we were climbing over debris, mountains of it, a couple stories up, and heard nothing. Saw boots, we saw papers, personal belongings. I know we saw firefighters' boots, only firefighters' boots, but saw tools that I know belong to us.
What did your wife say when she found out that you were okay?
She was hysterical. The hundreds of firefighters out there, and officers and emergency workers, they're all saying the same thing. They don't know. They don't want us to be part of the underneath the debris. So she was happy.
But you got to go back in tomorrow?
Yes.
Lieutenant Clancy,
we'll be here for the next couple of days.
Thanks very much for talking to us. I appreciate it. Good luck to you, and try and get some rest. All right. That's been the situation at this point. What we've been hearing also, we've seen a number of other we've seen a number of other construction vehicles going through, bulldozers, front-end loaders, and that sort of thing, and that's what we're being told. A lot of the debris is going to be removed. Obviously, we also saw about 40 different dump trucks and 24 semis that were lined up ready to take out a number of loads of debris as soon as they could get that out of there. Brian, back to you.
Ashley Banfield in Lower Manhattan, and our thanks as well, in addition to you, to the member of the NYFD for their ongoing efforts. One of our producers brought something in. This is a charred around the edges piece of a file folder found in Brooklyn, about 4 miles from the World Trade Center as the crow flies. It was blown out of the building and again blown into the borough of Brooklyn from the World Trade Center. We were talking about the force of the blast. Tonight, one of the television networks apparently erroneously reported that it's routine to have a fighter jet escort for Air Force One. It is 16, and this was shot out the window of a traveling Air Force One by the so-called pool crew on board, which today was a CBS television network crew. The traveling crews who travel with the president do have their cameras at the ready, and this was the scene. I can remember only one other time seeing that sight, and that was when we accompanied President Clinton over Bosnia. We had a similarly equipped escort, but that was an F-16 Falcon off the left wing. This is the view off the right wing. It's notable that the jet contains no offensive weaponry that anyone has ever known of, but there is a defensive missile avoidance system. Includes chaff, shards of metal. You can see USAF there in blue lettering on the top of the wing. Chaff can be deployed that confuses heat-seeking missiles were they ever, God forbid, to be fired at the aircraft. The fact that it carries such equipment has been a matter of public record for some years. But that was the view off the wing, rather ominous, a fighter escort today for Air Force One. And remember, the president was shuttled from Air Force Base to Air Force Base, from Louisiana to Nebraska. They were hoping to keep him in the air, unsure as to the threat level against him personally, and back in Washington at the White House, where his wife, the vice president, had been put into a safe house. Even his college-age daughters had been taken by the Secret Service, and put in safe hands. It has been a wrenchingly sad day across this country. It all started with the first word this morning that an aircraft had hit the World Trade Center. It was the kind of bulletin people thought might be an aviation accident. And here now, what this day looked like and sounded like, beginning with the first bulletin in New York.
Good morning, I'm Chris Chansing here with Greg Jarrett, and there is a major incident in Lower Manhattan in the World Trade Center, which is in the Wall Street area of New York City.
The first stunning pictures just before 9 a.m. Local New York television stations break into the morning talk shows to announce a large plane has crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
We looked up. It was making a beeline for the World Trade Center. Okay. And when it hit, there was the big boom, a big cloud of smoke, some flames, and then mostly smoke. It just started flaming now.
Flames and thick black smoke are shooting from a gaping hole in the side of the building. Just 18 minutes later, as Americans stop and watch in horror, the tragedy becomes even more surreal.
Human loss. I mean, do you know if there were many people in the building?
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on this shot.
Oh my!
Something else has
You know what?
and
We
that
just
looked more
saw
like
a plane circling the building. It is in the other building. We just saw a plane circling the building.
A second plane, appearing to be completely under control, is headed straight at the second tower. And then another explosion. The South Tower is now in flames.
I was standing on the roof of the Woolworth building on the 56th floor looking out the tower to see what happened. And the next thing I did, I seen a spot in the air. Another plane came down and circled. I kind of went off a little bit, and then it straightened itself out and dove to the other side and crashed right in. And the explosion was so terrific, it looked like it had dynamite in it. The ball of fire that came flying out of that one was even worse than the first one.
Looks like a sizable jet, perhaps an airliner or a commuter jet. Can we roll it just a little bit here? Okay, freeze it right there if you can. Clearly that is a swept-wing jet, which means a passenger-sized jet of some kind. As panic hits downtown New York, all access, bridges, tunnels, and airports are closed. The awful truth settles in. America is under attack. The scope, unbelievable, and about to get worse. 9:30 a.m., yet another plane has intentionally crashed. This time the target is the command center of U.S. military operations, the Pentagon.
The building shook for just a couple of seconds, and I saw just a moment ago as I looked outside, a number of construction workers who have been working here have taken flight. They're running as far away from the building as they can right now.
As military and civilian personnel rush from the building, America goes on the highest alert. The White House, Capitol, and other state and federal buildings are all evacuated. Soon followed by a mandate from the Federal Aviation Administration. All planes in the United States are grounded. President Bush, visiting a grade school in Sarasota, Florida, learns of the attack and delivers his first statement.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
In New York, a video camera in a nearby building shows the chaos and panic as people fight to escape the horror. An estimated 20,000 people work in the Twin Towers, and most would be headed to the office about this time.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
We're not sure exactly what happened, but it was another explosion on the far side of one of the buildings from where we're standing.
But the terror is far from over. At approximately 9:55 a.m., the tragedy takes on a new dimension when the South Tower, 110 stories and 1,300 feet high, crumbles to the ground.
And all of a sudden we heard the building starting to come down, and the next thing I know, I was holding on to my commanding officer and we found ourselves on West Street. How we got out of the building, I thought I was gone.
Almost simultaneously, a fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, with 45 people on board, crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. At least one member of Congress says the plane's intended target may have been Camp David, the presidential retreat 85 miles away from the crash site. And by 10:30, the New York City skyline would change forever when the second tower, in a shower of dust and debris, crashes to the ground. The collapse traps possibly hundreds of emergency workers and civilians in the rubble. MSNBC's Ashley Banfield was briefly trapped in a nearby building.
We were only about 2 blocks. It was about 2 blocks away from where the second tower came down. And when that cloud came at us, Brian, it was the most frightening thing I think I've ever seen in my life. And at the time, we were trying to breathe through our clothing, and we couldn't. And we had to break down a door to an apartment building. We had to kick in the glass to try to get through to the second glass door to get in, just to get air. And when we emerged, it was like Mount St. Helens had gone off in the middle of New York.
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building.
Details begin to emerge about the planes used in the attacks. Both jets that crashed into the Twin Towers were flights originating in Boston. One an American Airlines 767, the other a United Airlines 767. Both passenger jets were hijacked shortly after takeoff. The planes were tracked by satellite using their global positioning system, showing the exact point where Flight 11 was apparently taken over and diverted. All 4 planes were headed for California and carrying a maximum fuel load. Dazed and confused, survivors are taken by ferry across the Hudson River to makeshift triage centers in New Jersey.
I don't think anyone's life will be the same again. Mine won't be.
With an unknown number dead or injured, Casualty estimates are well into the thousands.
We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe.
President Bush is immediately moved from Florida to Louisiana, then to a secure location in Omaha, Nebraska, before returning to Washington. Hours after the attacks first happened, the after effects aren't over. At 5:21 p.m. Eastern Time, World Trade Center building number 7, heavily damaged in the morning, also comes crashing down. As events continue to unfold, U.S. military fighter jets continue to patrol the skies over New York City.
And there is more on this after this day that has shaken so many people's confidence in public safety. I'll read this to you as it came into me. A spokeswoman for the FBI Newark office confirms that FBI agents are heading to the George Washington Bridge here in New York, where local police have stopped a van that is believed to be carrying explosives. The FBI can't independently confirm if there are bombs in the van, but they are sending their agents to check. This is obviously file tape of the bridge. This started out as a local radio report tonight, and obviously everyone's sensitivities are heightened in this atmosphere, but we have learned that just about anything can happen, especially after watching what we have watched unfold today. Brings us to our next guest here in our studios. Child psychologist and family therapist Mark Hatton is with us here, and Mr. Hatton, a lot of people had the task of explaining this to their children today. Some children were sent home from school, others watched it on television at school, millions of them watched it at home, hopefully with a parent or two this evening. What is your best advice on these horrifying images?
Well, these are horrifying images, Brian, and they affect so many people directly and indirectly. Here in the New York area, there are numerous children who may not still even have information about family members and friends. The advice to everyone throughout the country, to your children, is to address their situation directly. A child focuses most simply on what happens to me. Am I safe? Are the people I love safe? What do I need to do to be safe? I think words of reassurance and reality are important to ground them in that sense of safety.
It's a tougher case to make when you're talking about a rising death toll, when they come back at you with, well, those people working in the trade center, those people on that flight to SFO all thought they were safe.
Indeed, Brian. Normally this kind of trauma is reserved for firefighters, police personnel. We do critical incident stress debriefing. It's a type of horror that the average person doesn't face. That a child would be facing it is all the more challenging. It is a reality of this. I think, nevertheless, it is important to be downplayed. In that sense, again, the immediate threat to that person and to the safety of their family is the part that should be emphasized. Obviously, facts will continue to emerge, but grounding them in that safety as you come up with a framework to explain the horror that's happened to our country and to so many individuals is the best course of action.
How about the part of this that deals with the American psyche, i.e., we don't get attacked in this country, certainly not the so-called lower 48. It just doesn't happen. We're not that kind of nation. We never face that kind of threat. We're not vulnerable. Well, guess what? All that changed today.
Absolutely. We have come to that reality now. In talking with family members and with colleagues that are based outside of this country, it is one of the realities that has been talked about for a long time. That throughout the world, people experience, obviously on a lesser scale, but the presence of violence and terrorism in a way that we do not in the United States. And it has clearly come home to a place where we cannot forget that again.
By the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't reference what we're looking at on the screen. These looks, again, like the surface of the moon or a blizzard in mid-December at times. These are pictures from inside the perimeter tonight, and people who live here in the New York area will recognize the kind of skeletal sides of the World Trade Center. There's the base. That's it. That's it. It looks like Khobar Towers, pockets of flame. This is the closest camera crews have been allowed to get. And these are some horrifying images, and I know this videotape can almost, we roll so much of it. These are so horrifying, these scenes, when taken individually, and it covers so much of our conversation, it becomes like a kind of video wallpaper. Those are the skeletal sides of the building that people might recognize. But this is an absolutely horrifying scene. And Mark Hatton, here we are as parents trying to explain to the children that things are going to get better and their world will be safe. How do you verbally guard against, God forbid, something else happening, another incident? How do you, in an eye for an eye world, teach them that their country is about to perhaps retaliate?
Most importantly here is that a hostile and anger response is a fairly typical psychological response, along with denial and depression. Hopefully, as a country, we will not act irrationally and rashly, but rather with a prescribed course of action that is well thought out. That will be an important model to the children as well as to the adults who are equally traumatized by what we are seeing.
Mark Hatton, thank you very much for coming on tonight. Again, your expertise is important because this is a real job being faced by parents around the country this evening. We're fortunate to be joined by our next guest, presidential historian and author Doris Kearns Goodwin. And Doris, I have to tell you, you're one of the people I have wanted to talk to and listen to all day as we have been covering this story and this president and this Congress and this development in the life of the United States. I want to hear you out on that front, against that backdrop.
Well, you know, I think what you mentioned, the word vulnerability, is probably the most important word, because people felt very vulnerable during Pearl Harbor and after Pearl Harbor. But in a certain sense, the vulnerability was against a military base, and it was in Hawaii, and it wasn't on the mainland. Here it was against people in their offices, on their streets, in planes, in everyday life. And it's much harder for a president to figure out the creative response beyond getting the people who did it. What kind of words can he offer us to know that tomorrow, if we went on a plane, we might be safer? I mean, maybe he's going to have to mobilize the National Guard and put a military personnel on every plane, on every train. They're going to have to think really hard, because what Roosevelt had going for him when he went to Capitol Hill was he knew who the enemy was. He knew that he had to mobilize us to declare war against them, to ask for appropriations. He knew people had to get into the draft, into the service. He knew people had to go to the factories. There was an absolute clear goal. This is much more amorphous, so it's much harder, I think, for Bush. But he's going to have to realize that unless he mobilizes the American people to feel they're doing something, the frustration in these next days is going to be worse than today. Today's the shock. But even after Pearl Harbor, the days that followed were much worse than the shock as the devastation became clear.
Is this the greatest domestic challenge any president since FDR has faced?
Well, you know, it's so hard. I suspect, yes, since FDR. I mean, what FDR faced was not only the Pearl Harbor attack at that time, but the need to mobilize an unprepared country against probably the greatest challenge in Western civilization ever, the Nazis and the Japanese combined. So that in the long run, that challenge hopefully was larger than what this one will be. But the fact that we don't know exactly how to go about getting these people, and that it was on our daily lives, you know, just thinking about the kids as we just listened to that psychologist, my generation grew up with that fear because Russia had gotten the nuclear bomb, that at any moment the entire world could be destroyed. And we had those air raid drills. We'd have to go under our desks in school. I would go to bed at night trying to practice these atomic fallings where you were supposed to have a siren and go under your bed in a second. So there was this subconscious fear that somehow your old world might be undone. But yet that was sort of abstract compared to the kind of fears kids are going to have now about walking on the street, about going to see their father go to an office, or about getting on a plane.
Doris, two of the flights originated up there in Boston. The coverage must be particularly painful on local news there tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's always that feeling was the questions are being asked now, even as we're asked in every one of these tragedies, what could have been done to prevent it from happening? Was it a lapse in security? Was it not? And I guess all of those things will come out in the days ahead. But I think the real answer is going to be not simply to look back with recrimination, but to figure out how to make better whatever those lapses were, if indeed they were.
As a percentage almost in the job, do presidents rise to the occasion? Do they come into the job when they are given a tragedy to deal with?
Probably both leaders and people rise to the occasion. I mean, the one thing that people have always underestimated America. You know, when the Japanese made that attack on us, they figured we were soft, we were playboys, that somehow we'd be so demoralized by the attack that that would be the end of it. The only person who understood us best was Yamamoto, who worried about the attack, fearing, as we've often said tonight, that a sleeping giant would be aroused. Hitler at one point said, oh, there's no problem with that decadent Americans. And then obviously Churchill and Roosevelt showed that there was a problem when those allies got together. So I think we've got a huge history in this country of the ability of a democracy that values the people's freedom that we have here to fight back when we have to. And the key to the leader is to be able to mobilize that. I mean, what Roosevelt kept saying when he mobilized the country was that it wasn't only his strength, he had confidence in the people, and he projected that confidence onto the people. So Bush has to, I think, in these days ahead, tonight was a beginning. He had to speak, I think, because of that fear that he wasn't coming before us.
Doris, well, let me pause here. We'll continue this conversation in the next half hour. We have to take a quick pause, and then some of our NBC stations will be joining us. Our coverage continues.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Brian Williams.
Good evening, and we welcome many of you joining us on the NBC television network to our ongoing, uninterrupted NBC News coverage of the attack and destruction today of the World Trade Center and the attack on the Pentagon in Washington, a structure that remains standing tonight with a collapsed side. This is the scene live in Lower Manhattan. The light you see, the searchlights assisting in the search and recovery effort on the ground. The smoke and dust still rising in a column over Lower Manhattan. And this is the news as we come on the air at this hour, 11 o'clock in the East. Thousands of people are feared dead, and among that number, firefighters in the city of New York, 200 of whom might have died today doing their jobs. The Pentagon casualties, dead and wounded, may number combined up to or over 800. And just tonight, the FBI en route to a report of a truck filled with explosives on the George Washington Bridge, the stately span between New York and New Jersey. This following a day that has shaken the confidence of millions of Americans in their nation, the safety of air travel, and the safety of society and big cities in general. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has been on a tour of the inner ring, the secured area tonight where the fire and explosions took place. Rahima, good evening to you.
Good evening, Brian. It was a self-directed and self-guided tour. Myself, two producers, and an incredible cameraman. We managed to make our way past the security guards and the police officers and get right down into ground zero. I've got some pictures. I want to take you inside a disaster. What you see here is all that's left of the World Trade Center area. It is an unbelievable scene of destruction. There are firefighters all over the area. They are hosing down what is left of the buildings. And Brian, I must tell you, there is not very much left. It is hard to imagine that anyone could survive the devastation that has occurred in this area. But as one courageous firefighter said to me, they will continue to search until all hope is lost. They say they never give up hope. Tonight also, one of the deputy fire chiefs told me that against miracles, or miracles that you might not think would happen, it seems one may have happened. They think that they have been able to bring someone, or maybe more than one person, out of this rubble alive. He said he did not know the condition of the person at this point, but he said when they brought the person out, the person was alive. It's hard to imagine, and I don't think that the pictures really are able to give you the sense of just how devastating it is in that area. There are searchlights everywhere. Again, fire hoses are hosing down the building, and there are no people in the area with the exception of a very few number of crews. Everyone else is emergency personnel doing everything they can, sifting through this rubble, trying to see if there are any survivors. Brian?
Rahima, I was surprised to see the pictures of some of the rib cage, if you will, the standing there of the Trade Center. But people are not, as I kind of presumed they would be, pouring over every bit of the wreckage. I guess the hot spots are just still too hot. They haven't been extinguished for that long.
Indeed, they are too hot. One other firefighter told me that they're sending in teams of firefighters, but they cannot stay inside very long because here we are more than 12 hours after the initial explosion and the initial plane that went into the World Trade Towers. He said the area is still extremely hot. It's almost unbearable. So the firefighters go in for a short time, trying to see if they can find anyone, and then they come out and another team goes in.
Rahima, it looks like the surface of the moon.
It does indeed. In fact, someone said it almost looks like snow has fallen also. Brian, I should tell you. We walked through this and it is up to your ankles that you're walking through stuff that is dust, that is ash, that is everywhere. It is choking. Everybody has on these different kinds of masks and goggles if you can get them, because it's very hard to breathe. It's very hard to see.
Rahima Ellis, after tonight's rather courageous and self-guided tour, our thanks to you and to the technical crew who went along with you, Rahima, tonight down there in Lower Manhattan. I might add at some risk, extraordinary pictures and reporting out of there. To the other target today, again, a total of 4 commercial aircraft hijacked. All 4 went down. Passengers on board, all feared, presumed dead. The other target, the Pentagon, where one side of the building tonight has caved in, but the Pentagon, along with the Department of Defense, still stands. With new videotape from that scene tonight, NBC News correspondent John Palmer. John?
Good evening, Brian. At this hour, the west side of the Pentagon building is bathed in searchlights as the search and recovery operation continues. We do have the first word now. This has gone on for 13.5 hours since that hijacked American Airlines plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon. The first word about casualties, not totally definitive, but the first word is about 800 casualties, including the 58 passengers aboard that hijacked plane and the 6 crew members. We've seen a lot of heavy equipment going in there. We've seen some digging in the rubble. There are cadaver dogs. There are search dogs. A new team of firefighters has just moved in within the last hour to relieve those who have been battling the flames for 13 hours. Throughout the last 5 or 6 hours, we've seen flare-ups on the roof of the Pentagon building. Those have mostly dissipated now. There's a white smoke still coming from the building, indicating that a lot of water now is all over the place on those fires. For a long time, there was a problem here with rescuers not being able to approach the debris because it was so hot and fires continued to flare up. From time to time this evening, every 15 or 20 minutes, we see an ambulance, its lights flashing, but no siren, not moving very fast, leaving the scene and heading away from the devastation here on the west side of the Pentagon. Again, the best estimate we have at this particular time is 800 casualties, including those unfortunate people who were aboard the plane that crashed. This all occurred about 9:30 this morning, when most of the people inside this building were glued to their television sets like people all over America, looking at the tragedy that was unfolding at the World Trade Center buildings. And then there was a loud noise. Some people felt a tremble of the building. Soon smoke came into the building, an alarm went off, and people inside the Pentagon then were ordered out into the parking area. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld was in his office. He left, cut across the courtyard, and went over to the scene right behind me on this side of the Pentagon where the devastation had occurred, where there were fires and wounded and injured, and personally helped with some of the rescues there. And then he went back to the Pentagon, back to the command post where he spent much of the day talking with the president, putting U.S. forces on the full absolute alert, the Delta alert, because of the possibility of terrorism acts throughout the world and other places. Ryan?
John Palmer at the Pentagon for us tonight. John, thank you for your reporting.
Thank you.
We've been talking all day about the cruelty of using commercial aircraft as, in effect, loaded bombs, as weapons in this case. Veteran correspondent Robert Hager, who covers aviation so well for NBC News, is with us from the Washington Bureau. And Bob, I know you have a report on this kind of day in the life of these 4 flights, but when you think about it, these commercial jets people are so used to seeing them near the Trade Center, near the Pentagon. Both structures have airports right nearby that before they got very close, prior to impact, people wouldn't give it a second thought.
They wouldn't. The planes often make that turn over lower Manhattan on the way into LaGuardia, and although much of Washington, being the official federal city, is considered out of bounds for commercial aircraft, that corridor right down the Potomac River is open because that's the approach into National, and the Pentagon lies right along that corridor. Well, tonight, civil aviation around the country is at a standstill. All flights are grounded at least until noon tomorrow. When and if flights resume, it's going to be vastly increased security. But first this day, what's known about these terrible events?
The string of events that results in these 4 horrific crashes begins at Boston's Logan Airport, 7:45 a.m. American Flight 11, 767, with 92 on board. Supposed to fly Boston to Los Angeles, but over New York State, it's diverted, forced to fly south, directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. A long day of carnage is underway. Back in Boston, United Flight 175, another 767, with 65 aboard, is already in the air, also bound for Los Angeles, 15 minutes behind the first flight, when it too is hijacked. This, the actual plane, as it hits the South Tower of the World Trade Center. 8:10 a.m. American Flight 77, a 757 with 64 aboard, has taken off from Washington's Dulles Airport, also bound for Los Angeles. It, too, taken over and loops back into the Pentagon. It slices in at an angle, leaving a deadly and ugly gash in the nation's military nerve center. And finally, 8 a.m. out of Newark Airport, United's Flight 93, a 757 with 45 aboard, bound Newark to San Francisco, hijacked as well, but crashes short of whatever its intended target is, comes down in rural western Pennsylvania. Eyewitnesses there.
And I heard a loud noise, and I happened to look up, and it was a plane. It was real low to me. It sounded like it was running fine to me. I just kept watching. I watched it go nosedive straight into the ground.
You could see where the plane had made the initial impact in the ground, and it was still on fire. It made a crater probably 30 feet by 30 feet, and it's probably 15 or 20 feet deep, and there's just debris scattered within probably a half-a-mile radius.
There are only 2 ways terrorists can sneak themselves or their weapons aboard planes, either through passenger screening or by going unscreened through locked doors into off-limits areas or onto the tarmac. Periodic FAA tests have found plenty of flaws. Found when government agents tried to sneak into secure areas, they were successful more than 2/3 of the time. Found testers also often able to sneak fake guns and explosives by X-ray screening. Once aboard, many speculate the hijackers must have disabled crews and taken over the plane's controls. More likely that than forcing a pilot with a gun at his head to fly right into the World Trade Center, for instance. Former American Airlines pilot Jim Tillman.
It is inconceivable to me that any airline pilot would allow anyone to force him to fly into an inhabited building. I cannot imagine how any pilot could be conscious or capable of doing anything to control that airplane at the time that it was directed at one of these buildings.
Terrorism specialist Neil Livingstone.
I suspect that what we're going to find is that the pilots were overwhelmed, perhaps dead already, and that trained pilots from the hijacker camp were in charge of those aircraft and were willing to die for their beliefs.
If there was time, if there was, the crews may have been able to press a button in the cockpit and send out a coded warning to controllers that there was a hijack in progress. Controllers may then have radioed back inquiries. But if the crews were disabled, the controllers would have been left in the dark for real information. Whatever else, controllers must have been surprised, in disbelief. There hadn't been a commercial plane hijacked in the U.S. for 10 years, since 1991. And now this.
And tonight we're getting some new detail, a briefing from Attorney General John Ashcroft for members of Congress, and some of those members are telling us the substance of it. Ashcroft has told them that there were about 3 to 5 terrorists per plane, that knives were the weapons used. So there are no reports of guns having been used in any of these attacks, but knives were the weapons that were used. And from other accounts, cell phone calls out of those planes before they went down, we had descriptions of pilots being killed, of passengers being herded together at the backs of these planes, flight attendants being stabbed, and then passengers who on the cell phones passed on word to relatives that they were going down. One other fact from that Ashcroft briefing, the fourth flight, the one that was from Newark Airport and turned around and then crashed in Pennsylvania, some had thought that might be headed for Camp David. Ashcroft told congressmen and congresspeople that it was intended for Washington, D.C. It was heading for Washington, D.C., not Camp David. We don't know what the intended target was, of course. And he also put one other rumor to bed, and that is that that plane might have been intentionally shot down by missiles or by some other aircraft by the U.S. to avoid an attack. He said that's just not so. Brian?
Robert Hager, thank you for that. A long day covering this story, and another one no doubt headed for us tomorrow. Thanks, Bob. Cell phones in the news in more than one instance. The people who use cell phones to call loved ones on the ground in just about each of these 4 flights, and we'll find out much more tomorrow, to say we were being hijacked. Television legal commentator Barbara Olson is said to have placed 2 calls to her husband just before impact in Washington, saying that same thing. Olson on that plane that crashed at the Pentagon and presumed dead, sadly. Also, the Associated Press is reporting tonight that the injured are using cell phones within the rubble tonight in Lower Manhattan to try to call rescuers and get help. Again, survivors who are trapped in the tons of building materials after, 4 different major building collapses there, are using cell phones tonight after this happened today. Also, we have this note. These stories continue to come into us. Jim Miklashevsky, our Pentagon correspondent, and this, if true, is just horrible, reporting the death toll, not just casualties, wounded and dead. The death toll at the Pentagon may number 800. And if so, that is an absolute disaster in the community that is the Pentagon. This evening saw an address to the nation from the Oval Office by President George W. Bush, who spent a good part of this day in locations that were not publicized because of the risks and threats to his security back in Washington. NBC News correspondent Bob Kerr has more on the President's Day and evening. Bob, good evening again.
Brian, good evening to you. An incredibly, obviously, sad day for the country, a surreal day here at the White House, and it continues tonight in this regard. For example, every now and then one can still hear overhead the sound, a very distinct sound, of a fighter jet of one kind or another overflying the mall here in Washington, overflying the White House. Those flights were visible during the day today, even as all other flights had been wiped out of the sky, prevented from flying. So that is one thing we keep hearing here this evening. As you say, the President did make a speech tonight, but he arrived back here at the White House at around 7 o'clock tonight. He came in by helicopter from Andrews Air Force Base. The interesting thing to see, though, is that as the President flew around today, and I think we have some pictures to show you of this, from Air Force One, you could see clearly the Air Force One plane was covered, if you will, tracked, if you will, by fighter jets, one on each wing and others unseen in the air. So there was a heavy, unusually heavy security presence guarding the President of the United States today as he traveled first from Florida, where he was making some routine appearances, and then was flown for his protection to an Air Force facility in Louisiana, and then on to another military facility in Nebraska. It was there that the President first had a meeting with his national security advisors via telephone, and then here at the White House tonight, even just a short time ago, a meeting with his national security team and other cabinet officials ended. Of course, they did discuss the issue of options, but they don't want to say too much about that tonight. They wanted to talk much more about the victims. However, there was a hint in some of the remarks the President made tonight. In one of the statements comments he made in his televised speech, the president said, "We will make no distinction between terrorists and those who harbor them." That's about all we heard in the way of possible options for retaliation from this White House tonight. At another point, Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, was asked, well, what about the president? Isn't he angry? Isn't he as angry as a lot of the American public about all this? Ari Fleischer's response, he has a steely demeanor. He's been showing a steely demeanor, a steely resolve all day. His only angry words, tough words they're described, were saved in private for those who committed these acts of terrorism today. Here's a little bit more of what the president said earlier this evening.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could.
In his speech, the president said that the attackers today attacked a way of life in America, freedom in this country, and he said those acts will not be allowed to stand. Of course, the difficulty will be finding precisely who was involved and then targeting them. It is definitely on the minds of people here in this administration this evening. And Brian, if I may, I was here this morning when this all began, and another interesting aspect of things, you see where we stand right here in this narrow patch right off the driveway leading to the West Wing. What happened at first when we were out here giving reports as the first plane and then even the second plane hit the World Trade Towers, we were still out here. We were told we might have to evacuate, but then they kept changing their minds and there was confusion. All of a sudden, as soon as word filtered out that a plane had hit the Pentagon, you actually saw people running, staffers running, chefs in full dress, if you will, in their uniforms, cooks, by the 50s, by the hundreds, running out these doors, running down the driveway out toward Lafayette Park. This place was cleared. All of a sudden, the uniformed and non-uniformed protective services were out with their guns up out of their holsters. We were then pushed into Lafayette Park across the street. A short time later, a block away from there, and then eventually 2 blocks away. And now there's a perimeter 3 blocks around the White House, and security is that tight at this place at this time.
A very tense day at the White House. Correspondent Bob Kerr, thank you for that. Again, a day of rumors, but then again, the news that turned out to be true was so stunning and shocking and surprising to most Americans. Few people discounted the rumors when they heard them at first. Tonight, it was a report of a truck full of explosives at the GW Bridge. We are still trying to chase down just how big a vehicle that is. This evening, the world's tallest buildings have been evacuated in Kuala Lumpur. The Petronas Towers, a pair of buildings, have been cleared of all people because of a threat. And we have a report tonight on reaction to what happened in the United States today overseas, specifically in the Middle East. Here with that, NBC News correspondent Martin Fletcher.
These Palestinians in East Jerusalem today delighted at the bombings and American loss of life, offering cakes and sweets, calling out, "God is great." Thousands more celebrate in other West Bank towns until Palestinian police disperse them. The Palestinian leader, however, stunned and sympathetic.
We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
But the voice of the street reflects anger at America's role, especially in Israel and Iraq.
We should show America that they should learn and they should know what is to attack somebody like Iraq. It should be more.
And many Arabs furious at American support for Israel. This man holds up an American-made bomb part fired by American-made aircraft used by Israel. American support for Israel, some believe, makes America a legitimate target for terrorism. Many also angry at years of almost daily American bomb attacks against Iraq, which didn't stop with the end of the Gulf War a decade ago. And US troops still in Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden, the prime suspect in today's terror attacks, angry at American support for what he calls the tyrannical government of Saudi Arabia, his homeland, and for America's close ties with Israel. In almost a year of unrest, more than a dozen Palestinian suicide bombers and other attackers have killed 170 Israelis, while Israel has killed more than 570 Palestinians. A conflict that always threatens to suck neighboring countries into the fighting. Israel tonight called for an international war against terrorism.
The fight against terror is an international struggle of the free world against the forces of darkness who seek to destroy our liberty and our way of life.
Today, the leader of Hamas, the Islamic militants who send most suicide bombers against Israel, called on America to change its policies. Sheikh Yassin said America is behind injustices in many parts of the world. But then he said Hamas doesn't support attacks against civilians.
Martin Fletcher reporting from the Middle East tonight for us. We are back and to continue a discussion that we had to break off in the last half hour with friend, historian, and author Doris Kearns Goodwin, who's been kind enough to join us this evening from Boston. Doris, apologies for having to cut you off and go to a break earlier. You were in the midst of an answer to a question about crises and presidents and growing into the job, and as a percentage, how many of them have met the challenge and perhaps used it as a vehicle to grow in the estimation of the American people?
Well, you know, just to compare the difficulty that Bush faces right now with Roosevelt, it's really an unfair comparison because Roosevelt then was a three-term president, incredibly popular, had taken us through the Depression, and he made his first big speech before Capitol Hill so that he had a mobilized group to respond, not just simply a television conversation station. And he also knew who the attacker was, and he could use that indignation against Japan and talk about treachery and infamy, and more importantly, he could mobilize the entire country. So that comparison is tough for Bush. Wilson, when the Lusitania was attacked in 1915, interestingly, people wanted him to immediately, at least part of the country did, go to war against Germany. But he held back and restrained at that time and said, actually, sometimes the strongest actions are people who avoid fighting. Teddy Roosevelt called him a coward, and a lot of people thought we should go into war, but he simply warned Germany against continuing their submarine attacks, and then 2 years later, when they did continue it, we did finally go into war. McKinley, who had to face another explosion with the USS Maine, found himself, even though he didn't want to go into war at first, carried along by the yellow journalism, which somehow forced the American public to think we had to go to war to make up for an attack that turned out later, according to historians, to be an internal explosion, not even the Spanish blowing it up. So it's a sobering thought to think how many of these explosions and these sudden attacks have led to war, and different presidents have handled it in very different ways.
In the initial hours and sometimes days after a national crisis, talk about the reservoir of nonpartisan rally around the chief executive goodwill that presidents can tap, and how long is it theirs for?
Well, what it is, I think, in some ways that they are able to tap is that the American people feel at such moments a part of the nation as a whole. You know, they go about their daily lives and they've got families and work and communities, and the country is sort of an abstraction. But what historians have noted is that when one of these crises occurs, a leader is able to make the people feel they belong to the country as home. Even the logo that you've been using all day, every time I see that, Attack on America, I feel a sense of being an American. The difficulty is that I think what happens, especially it happened even after Pearl Harbor, it wasn't as if we had a victory quickly after all that resolve and excitement about we're going to get them. There were a whole string of failures, and then the leader's more continuing task is how to keep that confidence, to keep that determination over the long haul. And here, that may be an even greater problem if there's not a swift action as to what we're going to be able to do. And we can't even call on the American people to be as involved as in a rubber drive or a scrap drive or joining the Army as volunteers. There aren't as many activities so they can feel a part of it as there were then.
And there's no case law, no model, no playbook for this new president to follow. At his doorstep this morning, almost literally landed this huge foreign policy, domestic policy crisis.
The only playbook I think that he has, not the event itself, not the actual terrorist attack, because this is a new world in some ways, but presidents in the past who've gotten through these crises have shown a certain number of traits. They've shown confidence in themselves and in the people at large. They've shown determination. They've been very present. I think it's very important that he be seen as an active force in these next few days. I think it was extraordinarily important he come back to America. I mean, back to Washington. Obviously, those security threats had to be taken seriously. But, you know, Abraham Lincoln was waylaid from his original journey to Washington for the inauguration on a security threat. He came under cover of night, and he never really was, he was always sorry that he'd done that, because he thought to maintain the signals and the dignity of the office is so important. They're going to have to start rebuilding. One of the other questions was what to do about the White House in World War II. They wanted camouflage over the White House, darkened blackout curtains, nobody to see it, no lights on. Roosevelt refused all those actions because he said he had to show the symbol of strength. So there'll be symbolism that he's going to have to think through, as well as actions. There's going to have to be speeches before the Capitol Hill and mobilizing the country as a whole. And there's at least a playbook if you look back on the past, because other presidents have done that, if not for this. And also what one hopes is that each president learns from the history of the past. Some of those great speeches Roosevelt made in World War II, he remembered what it was like for Washington at Valley Forge. He remembered the North struggle during the Civil War. He remembered the immigrants coming to America. He recalled for the American people this long string of historical examples. Presidents don't call on history enough. Now is a time that I think George Bush should remind us of what we're all about and what we've been through together as a nation.
The pleasure of a perspective after this day of crisis coverage. Doris Kearns-Goodwin, as always, thank you, Doris, very much.
You're welcome, Brian.
Here's where we stand tonight. As many as 200 New York City firefighters might be dead, say nothing of the thousands of people believed dead in all on the ground in Washington, in New York. That's the scene in Lower Manhattan. The search, rescue, salvage going on, in some cases just beginning. As the flames die down, the dust continues, the real work begins now, this day of crisis and attack for America. Our coverage will continue this evening on MSNBC.
Today we've had a national tragedy.
I've never seen anything like it. It literally blew itself into World Trade Center.
Just a short time ago, saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the Pentagon.
I was in the building because I was driving a friend. So I'm worried for her safety.
The World Trade Center is no more.
And a very good evening to you. I'm Forrest Sawyer. As you heard Brian Williams say just a few moments ago, the focus right now is, as you see it straight in the middle of the screen, there the rescue effort is going on. This is where all the attention of New York City is now devoted. We know that there are people alive inside those buildings. We have heard them with cell phones, and we are told that there is a news conference. Tell me again, Brett, where is this news conference? Rudy Giuliani is giving us a news conference. He's the mayor of New York. Let's listen in.
If you go down there, you'll see fire departments from East Meadow and Belmore and northern New Jersey. And, we really appreciate their efforts. It will be of great assistance all during the night. If you have questions that we can answer or try to answer, the number is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. I know that there's great concern over what the numbers of people lost are. We don't know the answer to that. The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
Mr. Mayor, there are reports that there are a group of survivors in the basement of the World Trade Center, that they have cell phones. They've been calling their relatives in Seattle to tell them precisely where they are, and that there's a group of NYPD police who are with them and alive and well. Do you know about this?
I know that rescue effort's been going on for a couple of hours, yes.
Mayor, do you know anything about the report about the possible explosives that were found in New Jersey?
Yeah, I think the police commissioner was able to get information about that.
I just got a confirmation from the chief of detectives. He's reached out to the FBI. They have confirmed that someone has been stopped in New Jersey, 3 men in a van. However, there was no explosives in the van. All right, they're being held for questioning.
Where in New Jersey, sir? You know?
I can't say yet.
Okay.
Why were they stopped, and why do you think they're connected with this?
We can't tell at this point. It's between the FBI and the Port Authority. We just got the confirmation by phone after I left the last briefing.
Were they on the George Washington Bridge as they were heading to New Jersey?
No, they weren't.
There were rumors that there were explosives. Well, where did those rumors come from, or why did that begin to circulate?
I can't tell you.
Are they in the Meadowlands, Police Commissioner?
Excuse me?
Are they in the Meadowlands?
It's my understanding, but we haven't confirmed that.
Do we know why they were stopped, sir?
Not yet.
Commissioner, can you tell us anything about the rescue of the 2 Port Authority officers or the ongoing effort with the people in the basement, where the Port Authority officers were pulled out of, or details?
We can't say yet. It was Trinity and Church where the officers were that were just pulled out. The other people that are still in the building, we can't tell exactly where they are.
We all know that the Port Authority is housed in the World Trade Center. Any idea of the status of their operations?
They've lost a lot of people, and we don't know the full dimension of that either. But the Port Authority have a lot of people that are missing, and we were fortunate to find 2 of the police officers. We'll keep searching for the others, but they have sustained a lot of losses.
The group of people with the cell phones that Marcia referred to, do you have any idea how big a group that size is in that particular location?
I don't think we know the exact numbers. We know it's more than 2 people. It's two people communicated, and they say there were more people there.
And do
The
you
people
know
who are
what
running around the city trying to find information about those who are missing, what are they supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go? And who's collecting that information?
The phone number that they should call is 212-560-2730. And then, as we have information about people either who have been recovered or are dead, we'll let them know that.
Is our morgue able to handle this?
We had a meeting with the medical examiner earlier. Went over it with him. He believes that he's able to handle it. He'll start handling it at 30th Street, which is the morgue for Manhattan. He'll then be able to move up to the Bronx, where he also has facilities. And then we have the possibility of using the pier on the west side, which is set aside in case the numbers get too difficult to handle. But he thinks he can handle at least a good deal of it tomorrow and the next day, right in Manhattan.
Commissioner Bonner, can you talk about the loss of the fire department?
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone. We don't. We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe and still alive. But we believe that most of these people, I think, are going to be unable to pull out. So we'll just keep working on it. I have a number I'd like to give. We haven't been able to make any contact with the families because we're still unsure of the situation. So the number for the families who haven't spoken to their loved one in the course of this whole horrible day, if they call this number, we'll at least tell them that that this is a person that's missing, or that we have had some contact with this person. The number would be 718-999-2541 is the number that we'll be using at Fire Department headquarters.
What about
It's just for firefighters.
What about Chief Van?
Just for firefighters, firefighters and fire officers, EMS personnel. I would we'll man those numbers. That number will roll over to 10 lines, and we'll be able to just try to give them some information. We don't have a lot, so that's why we haven't been calling them like we would normally do.
How close are
What
the
about the
rescue teams able
top
to
members
get?
of your
How close are
staff
rescue
who may
teams
have been
able to
lost?
get to
Debbie Wood.
I'm sorry,
What
Deb.
about the top members of your staff who may be lost?
We've notified their families already. Spoke to them earlier.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about it? I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, the mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan. Haven't regretted that one day. He's given a whole life to this department. Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World renowned for situations like this. Telling me how dangerous it was when we first got there. All the possibilities, everything that he was trying to do to, get the people out. Father Judge, I don't know if you know Father Judge, one of the nicest men you could possibly find in the whole world. We haven't found other people yet either. I don't even want to mention their names. Some of the best people in this department. I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Commissioner Carrick, in the police department, do you have any idea how many people you're looking for at this time around town?
The number we're looking for is in excess of about 32, 33 people. That's what we know as of right now. And for the members, for the family members of the police department, if they have questions or they need to contact us regarding their family members, they can call 718-677-8238. It's the Special Operations Division, and we'll be able to help them as much as possible.
How close are
Deborah Fair.
How close are rescue teams able to get to the scene, assuming there are people who are there?
The rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
And are there pockets where people maybe?
Yes, we're very hopeful that there are pockets where there are people, not only the ones that we know about, but hopefully others. A group of firefighters were at St. Vincent's Hospital that were in a void for 4 or 5 hours, and we're hopeful that there are other situations like that. And that's why our rescue workers are working so furiously.
How big a group was that, Mayor?
That was a company. It was a group.
Company survived?
No, it was about 7.
Yeah, it's 5 guys and an officer.
5 guys,
6.
5.
Yeah, 6 men.
This was earlier today. They were in I believe 1 World Trade Center, and the firefighter described to me that they were there for about 4 or 5 hours, and when they walked out, they were shocked to see that the building had come down, because they knew there had been damage, but they had been in a void, so they had been protected.
What unit are we talking about, Bill?
It was, I'm
not sure.
I forget.
We'll find out for you.
I think I remember that one.
Can you just tell us again about the 2 Port Authority police officers, how they were found, their condition?
No, the only thing we know is that they were found a while ago, that they're alive, and we'll get you more information about their condition.
And since we're talking about the Port Authority, I guess it's a reasonable assumption there's a large number of Port Authority police officers missing as well.
I'm sure there are. We don't have those exact numbers, as well as Port Authority personnel, people who work for the Port Authority.
Wasn't their office in?
Yeah, their office was there, and so we don't know how many people were actually at work. The first attack was at about 8:50, and then there was time to evacuate a lot of the building. So we're not sure at this point how much of the 2 buildings were evacuated in that period of time between the first attack by the airplane until the first building came down. We're hopeful, because we saw a lot of people leaving. We all did at the time we were down there. We're hopeful that a lot of people got out of the building, but we don't know the numbers yet.
Maybe Commissioner Carrick could tell
Last
us
question.
a little bit about the high-ranking members of the department. I understand 1 was missing for a while, and you were able to find find him, and I believe the police surgeon was medevaced out to New Jersey. Did I get that right? No?
No, not to my knowledge. Police surgeons accounted for the ranks that we're looking at and looking for are at the ranks of police officer and detectives, and perhaps a few sergeants.
Last question, Deborah Farrell. Last one, Deborah Farrell.
That's all right.
Is there a coordinated effort right now to find out who exactly may have not been in the building when this happened, or people just calling various companies? How will we find out who was there and who was not there?
We're trying very hard by communicating with the Port Authority and some of the major tenants. We're trying to recreate how many people are there. But actually, the major effort is really focused on trying to rescue people. The people who are out, I'm sure, have largely communicated with their families and are doing that. I saw many people doing that on the telephone as we were leaving. So really, the focus of our efforts is to try to get as many people out as possible, with the hope that there are still people that are alive, like the ones that we know about.
Mayor, you said earlier that there were several other buildings downtown that may be structurally unsafe that you were still not sure about and that, in fact, may collapse. Has anything changed from earlier today?
No, I think. No, I don't think so. Not from the last time we had a briefing, and we were down there. And
5 World Trade Center, I heard, was in some kind of trouble. What's the status of 5 World Trade?
I don't know.
We're going to wait for daylight. Engineers to take a look at all these buildings.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're going to wait till the daylight tomorrow. We'll have building and structural engineers check all these buildings that we're concerned about to make sure they're safe for rescue workers and to see what we can do to salvage these buildings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can ask your last question. Go ahead. Go ahead. He's been trying. He's been trying for a while.
In terms of how long does the department expect the people to be able to survive underneath the rubble like that? I mean, is there some sort of...
There's no... They could survive for some time. There's no way to know exactly how long, but it really depends. And I think one of the things that comes out of today is it depends on... I guess it depends on the will of God, or as to where you are, where you're standing, as this firefighter pointed out to us earlier.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify something Commissioner Carrick said.
Mayor Giuliani pointing out that people who are caught in the rubble can stay alive for a while, and he is correct. But rescue workers will tell you that those that have gone through these sorts of circumstances, the first 24 hours are absolutely crucial, and that is why they are working so very long and so very hard. You saw all those workers and members of the fire department pouring through, trying to get through that rubble, even as the press conference was being held. A bit of irony there, because they were discussing the fact that over 300 New York firefighters are now missing, including some of the top brass. And that is an absolutely staggering number. And in the face of those losses, still they labor on. Now, it is the magnitude of this tragedy that causes me to say that 33 New York Police Department officers have been lost, according to the press conference. And that is actually a bit of good news, because it is down from 78. The numbers really make you reel. We know that there were 20,000 workers in those buildings earlier today. We know that most of them got out. We also know that some thousands of people are very likely dead there, 800 at the Pentagon. Now, one headline that is critical, we have been saying for a while that there is a rumor going about that Port Authority police had stopped 2 people in a van that was loaded with explosives on the New Jersey side of the George Washington Bridge, attempting to go across the bridge. According to the press conference, Bernard Carrick, police commissioner, saying, indeed, a van was stopped. Indeed, 2 men are being questioned, but no explosives. So let me say that again. No explosives were found in a van. Why they're being questioned, he declined to comment upon. Ashley Banfield is down there in South Manhattan, has been watching all of this go on. It's been a long day, Ashley, and still it goes on.
It's been a really long and difficult day for everybody involved in this tragedy for us. When you just cleared up those numbers, when you said 300 firefighters, it brought to mind one of the expressions that I learned today of the firefighters here in the vicinity. They called it a total recall. All 10,000 firefighters from all 5 boroughs of the New York area called into action, and with the number 300, this is going to touch each and every one of them. That number of course, would be tonight's number, and who knows what we're going to find by daybreak. If you can look past me, we're at least starting to see through a lot of the smoke that we couldn't see through before. But what you're seeing is only because of generators and spotlights that have been brought in. We've counted over 24 generators, some of them coming in from the U.S. Air Force, to try to light up this area so that emergency workers can continue their work. We've also counted a lot of construction vehicles, front-end loaders, bulldozers, not to mention the dump trucks and the semis that have been brought in to haul out some of this debris. What we have not seen are the vehicles coming back out. We see waves and waves of emergency vehicles coming in from, I'll tell you, the different states, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. Many of them telling us that they're just fresh crews going in with no assignment. They don't know what they're about to find in there. They're told just to show up, to get on scene and get their assignments when they get there. Some of the fire crews I spoke with who came out just within the last hour told me that it's a bit like controlled mayhem. There's a lot of people giving orders and very few people who really know what's happening, and so many are just trying to do what they can when they come upon something that they can help out in. But it's very difficult for them to see and find the duty that they need to do right away. From our tour in there earlier, we were in the back of a New York City police cruiser. We could see what looked like, a ghost town. It was a bizarre, eerie, surreal, what seemed like a movie site, because the spotlights were lighting up all of the white ash that was not only covering all of the cars, the vehicles, the buildings, but also the people, the emergency response teams. Some of them were crouched on corners, just trying to get some relief, cool down, or else just get some water, some rest. We talked to a couple of firefighters, 3 of them, in fact, that emerged from this line right here. They'd been in there for 12 hours. Not one of them had had a chance to even call their wives to tell them they weren't one of the victims. We gave them our cell phones here so that they could make those phone calls. I heard firsthand the voices at the other end of those phone calls when the line was answered. I've never heard anything like it. Just the unbelievable relief and jubilation that their husbands were okay and that they'd be coming home tonight, if they make it home. I want to play for you a tape that we had earlier with an interview with one of the lieutenants, Pat Clancy, as he was one of the first on the scene. Have a listen to what he had to say about his experience. Pat's been on the scene for 12 hours. He's just come out. You and your 2 colleagues hadn't even been able to call your wives until you reached us here at NBC. We called your wives, said you were okay. You've been there since the beginning. Tell me what happened when you first got on scene.
Well, we're numb. We're just numb. The people I came with went almost to we went to the command post, and we went where one of the towers was, and there was nothing there. We figured there'd be bodies all over, but there was nothing. And maybe 2 or 3 stories worth of rubble. There's no words to describe it. We were thinking of movies, books, wars, but there's nothing that we could say. It's going to take a long time to figure it all out.
When you were the first to get on that mound of rubble to search for survivors, anything you could find, what was the most bizarre thing that struck you? That there weren't bodies, or that there was carnage?
Well, we had figured that we'd be seeing people strewn, and we were thinking of we knew there were firefighters there, so that's what was our mission, was to search for firefighters and civilians. And one of the surprising things was that they're buried under 200 stories of building.
You told me earlier that you actually know of some of the deceased firefighters. A chief you mentioned. What else was on the list? What have you been told?
I know some firefighters that they had brothers that were in there, and they know that they're in there.
A number of inspectors, possibly as well.
Chiefs. We have staff chiefs, people that have been in 30 years of fires, and they were there, and there's no word of them coming out.
I just want to let you know as well, Pat Clancy and his 2 colleagues were the ones who told me that they had heard a rumor that 2 police officers were pulled from this wreckage alive, and as it turns out, this is likely the 2 Port Authority officers that we're hearing about now. I want to just come over here. I'm sorry, I don't know your names, but you've been on the scene. You're doctors who've volunteered, is that right? Just quickly tell me your name and tell me what you've seen.
All right, my name is Mike Higbee. What I've seen down there, basically the best way to describe is total chaos.
Were you able to treat anybody? Were you able to help anyone?
Yes, basically it was firefighters mostly. There was no civilians. It was firefighters. They were just coming in for eye irrigations, oxygen, a couple of dehydrations, and that was about it.
We heard earlier that they were sending the doctors away at this point because they simply couldn't find enough people to take to triage to save. Do you know anything about that?
They weren't pulling out bodies. Well, last we heard, about 45 minutes ago, they did find 2 police officers, then it changed to 1. Really don't know. But as far as pulling out bodies, nothing's coming out.
You could just quickly tell me your name as well.
Marek Palorda.
And doctor, can you tell me as well, have you heard other doctors being sent away because there just isn't at this time the need for your services?
No, not at all.
Will you be coming back tomorrow to help out with the firefighters as well and with anybody else who might need help?
Yes, we should be back. Granted that there's no school tomorrow.
Did you just come out because you heard that there was a need? Did you volunteer right away and come down?
Correct, yes.
Well, thank you for stopping to talk to us. We appreciate it. Appreciate the work you've done as well. So Forrest, just the latest for you here. As I said before, we've seen a lot of construction vehicles going in, and the word is from some of the firefighters we talked to earlier as well, that what they're going to try to do now is just use the cranes to get the heavy stuff up and off the rubble and start to look for some of the people down below that the reports have come in have been making cell phone calls. Back to you, Forrest.
Ashley Banfield down there in South Manhattan where the work is going on. Thank you very much, Ashley. It is part of the eerie nature of this disaster that there are people who are using their cell phones as they are trapped inside the rubble to call for help. And so we know that there are people alive in there, and that, of course, is just one reason why they are pressing ahead so valiantly. And the number that we got earlier today, and really just a few minutes ago, from Bernard Carrick, the police commissioner, 300 firefighters missing now. These are the people that dived in this morning to try to rescue people in the World Trade Center towers. 33 police officers missing, staggering numbers, and still the night goes on. Now, this word comes from AP, and we always like to be careful about saying things. I will tell you that back during the Oklahoma City bombing, there was a lot of focus on Middle Eastern terrorism, and a lot of speculation that it may have been caused by that. Turned out to have been, of course, domestic terrorism. But they are driving forward toward linking this to Osama bin Laden here just 14, 15 hours after this all began. And this is because there has been an intercept of communications between Osama's supporters and some of those harrowing cell phone calls that came from victims aboard the jetliners. They are focusing, according to the AP, on Osama supporters in Florida, based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests of the 4 jets that crashed. And they're going to be searching locations in Broward County and in Daytona Beach in central Florida. They believe that these might have links to that supporter who was on the jet manifest. Now, Senator Orrin Hatch, who happens to be the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, says that U.S. intelligence has intercepted communications between Osama's supporters that were discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon. Now, that is not laying credit, and notice the careful way in which it is worded, discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon, and that is all he has had to say. So most certainly, he appears to be emerging as one of the, if not the, prime suspect for masterminding what was certainly a powerfully coordinated attack. Clint Van Zandt with us right now, an FBI profiler who has been studying this. And Clint, does this make sense to you as what I've just passed along?
Well, it does. This is one of the things the FBI will be doing, is trying to cut this investigation up so it's manageable pieces. We're going to have multiple crime scenes, but one of the most important things right now is the manifest. There will be FBI agents poring over the manifest for each of the 4 hijacked planes that we know about, trying to identify who the 3 to 5 potential terrorists were on each plane, and then going back and identifying them, and then we'll be building out. The FBI will start with that person and then build out to who who he lives with, who his support group is, and they'll be doing this to identify the various cells. This is probably going to turn out to be an operation of 50 to 100 people, at least inside the United States, with all the logistical support, financial support. These sleepers have been in place quite a while to put this together. At least one person in each hijack group would have had to have trained, not necessarily to take off a plane and land a plane, but they'd have to train on a flight simulator so that they could in fact take over the controls. So those people will be identified who had that level of training. National Security Agency will be doing the intercepts that you're talking about right now. The FBI, NYPD, and all the other federal agencies will be combining. This is the type of investigation that the FBI is very good at. They will take it down one piece at a time, and this is a group, this is an organization that we have to identify in the United States. We have to tend to wounded, we have to bury our dead, and we have to identify who these terrorists are and not let them drag us down to their level, but bring them up to our level in court, and that's where they belong.
Clint, we're looking at crime scenes in Boston, in New York, in Newark, in Pennsylvania, now Florida. This is a staggeringly complicated investigation.
Well, probably the next largest investigation we had was what you just mentioned, Forrest, during the Oklahoma City bombing. Again, this is something the FBI is very good at. The Bureau's had their problems the last couple of years. They've taken bad press, some of which they deserve. But I really, knowing, having been there for 25 years when I was, the men and women of the FBI, they are best at doing something like this. They will do this country a credible job in this investigation.
What they'll be focusing on in Florida, I gather, is this single person who they have found from the manifest of one of the jets and try to branch out from him.
Yeah, what you'll see is the FBI getting search warrants very quickly. They'll have search warrants. They'll be serving those on property, because what we want to get to is the paper trail, the computer, the telephone records and logs, anything we have that's going to lead the FBI to more people and more people who are involved until we identify everyone in the group in the United States and then take it back to where the genesis of this whole operation began.
Clint Van Zandt, FBI profiler, talking about some information that has just been reported by the Associated Press, that they are looking at a suspect who is on one of the manifests who may have been associated with Osama bin Laden. Once again, to bring you up to the hard information, 300 firefighters missing, 33 police officers missing, and heaven knows how many people missing and possibly trapped in that building. The search and rescue goes on. I step away now. Brian Williams comes in. Our coverage on MSNBC continues.
Why or how, but there were people falling out of the sky.
Spent the year in combat. You never saw anything like this. Before, a lot of people died. Nothing this devastating.
We are not used to reporting on targets that were hit and destroyed in this country, but that is precisely what happened, and now it is a new day here in New York. 12:01 a.m. Attack on America is what we are calling our coverage, and that is Lower Manhattan, minus the two familiar spires of the Twin Towers, as they were known, the World Trade Center officially. The two buildings, 110 stories each, home to 50,000 people by day. Buildings so big, they had more telephone exchanges than does the city of Detroit, Michigan. They are no more. The Trade Center was leveled today, hit along with the Pentagon in Washington. The ammunition used in this attack, fully loaded passenger jets prior to transcontinental travel. The news as we come on the air at this hour: 800 feared dead at the Pentagon, 266 people feared dead on the 4 various hijacked aircraft, 300 firefighters feared missing in New York, several of them among management, brass, a lot of police officers as well. Senior U.S. officials letting it be known Osama bin Laden is the prime suspect.